evening. My name is Julie McLaughlin. We welcome our community, students, staff, and guests to the February 2025 board meeting of the Lovejoy ISD Board of Trustees. The time is now 7 p.m. and the board is returning from closed session to open session. We are resuming our agenda at item number 4. As there is no action to be taken on matters discussed in closed session, we will proceed to agenda item number 5, which is our opening exercise and pledges. The board welcomes Ms. Wagner, principal of Pester Elementary School.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and our Superintendent Cordell. I have the honor of introducing to you Owen Stern. He is one of our Pester Leopards who currently serves as one of our executive producers on our morning announcements, serving behind the scenes. But in addition to that, he is a wonderful asset to our school community. Not only is he a community member of his church's youth group at Preston Trail, he is also on, and I'm going to get this right, his baseball team. He plays for the, remind me again, Owen? South Fork Titans. And so he is a wonderful, wonderful student that we want to uplift and just share with you because the impact that he makes on our campus every day. He is a wonderful student, but also a peer leader amongst his peers that he is interacting with every single day. And so I'm going to turn it over to Owen to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance as well as the Texas Pledge.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge of allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 6, we have a celebration of learning presentation, which spotlights the fantastic teaching and learning happening on our Lovejoy campuses. Tonight, we will focus on 6th grade social studies and reading language arts. Dr. Tinsley.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mrs. Puckett to come to the other podium. She will be assisting me in the presentation tonight. We want to lift up and celebrate the work of our 6th grade social studies and reading language arts teachers and some work that they are doing to accelerate growth with our students. And this aligns to one of our strategic targets on advancing teaching and learning by valuing risk-taking and innovation. So I'll be sharing with you tonight a strategy that these teachers are using, and it's an instructional resource that we provided for our teachers, and we're really gaining some great results from our students tonight. So I just want to lift up who these teachers are. You can see the list here of our social studies teachers at on the left side there, Mrs. Agee, Mrs. Grimes, and Mrs. Habib are our social studies teachers at Sloan Creek, and then Mrs. Wisdom, Mrs. Spears, and Mrs. Diffrin are the reading language arts teachers. So we do departmentalize over there, but these two teams have been working together on what we call the DBQ project. And what this is, DBQ is it's questioning and how our students respond in a written response to an argument. So they're provided, they analyze and they synthesize primary and secondary sources. And this kind of just gives you a really quick overview about what we're expecting students to do when they're using this resource and applying it to learning. They're reading, they're thinking critically, and they're writing. And as you know, the way that our students are assessed on several exams, our AP exams, our STAR exams, or a couple of examples, they're expected to respond in writing. A lot of school districts, we use this at the secondary level primarily a lot, also preparing our students for our AP exams. and we've moved this down to the elementary and to the intermediate grades. So I'm going to allow Mrs. Puckett to give you an overview on what's occurring at Sloan and the impact that she's seeing with this.
Yes, and so one thing that we love to highlight with our social studies team and our reading language arts team is that their collaboration together and how the social studies is really supporting our ARLA goals and the writing across content areas. There, I mean, you can go in any day of the week and social studies is writing, and they're writing a lot. And so DBQs help support that, and it just, we'll be able to look at some of our data a little bit later on how that is making an impact. But for reading, 73% of our sixth grade students are now meeting or exceeding their expected growth on MAP, which is huge because if you think about it, 50% is the national norm. So we're looking at a 23% above the national norm for the growth for reading for sixth grade. DBQ has improved students' understanding of complex text. Reading and social studies teachers use common annotation symbols and expectations, so they're aligning with what their expectation is around writing. So it's not different in social studies and different in reading. They've come together to determine a common symbols and language and expectations. So one of our big highlights is in writing, students scoring a 0 on the extended constructed response decreased from 18%. So 18% of our students going into sixth grade scored a 0 on their constructed response, and now we're down to 2.9. So a huge growth on our quarter 2 benchmark, which has shown a lot of success, and we highlight that success with our DBQs, our social studies, and ARLA collaborating together. They use common writing structures, and if you flip to the next slide, the Spill the Tea is an actual anchor chart that's in all of our social studies classrooms, and so it kind of answers the questions, the evidence support, and the why, and then that's a rubric. So all teachers are using the same anchor charts, they're all using the same rubric, and then that on the right is just an example of a DBQ and the annotations and how they're really taking a text and diving in and then responding through writing. So those are just some highlights, and we're excited about their growth and their collaboration together. Okay, thank you.
I think I actually recognize that writing sample, actually. I think that might be my daughter.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move to agenda item number 7, which is recognition. So we begin each of our meetings by recognizing key celebrations for our students, staff, and our campuses, because this is at a heart of our mission as a board. So first up, we'll ask Mr. Percival to introduce a new Lovejoy staff member.
Good evening, board. If you'll recall, at the February board workshop, we brought forth a recommendation for your consideration for Ashley Keys to be hired as the Director of Transportation. And so tonight, we'd like to publicly introduce and show our appreciation for Ashley. Just real quickly, I thought I had a slide in here. There we go. There she is. Okay, just real quickly, just for you guys, you may recall that Ms. Keys began her education in 2008 with Allen ISD, where she built a strong foundation in student support and operational leadership. She started at the campus level before transitioning to transportation, where she served as dispatcher, special education coordinator, field trip and white fleet coordinator, and most recently as the Assistant Director of Transportation. Ms. Keys brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to the Lovejoy ISD Transportation Department, and we're excited to have her expertise supporting students, staff, and families here in the district. Welcome to Lovejoy.
Dr. Zambezi, I think you're up.
Absolutely. All right. Members of the board, Superintendent Cordell, thank you for having us tonight. We will honor two groups tonight, and the first of which, I'll have them head up to the other microphone, is Lovejoy High School Cheer. Yeah. All right, and we have our coaches and our state cheerleaders here tonight, so I'm going to pass it off to our head coach, and then we will go into honoring our cheerleaders.
We are so excited to announce that this group of girls finished 6th overall out of 74 teams at the UIL State Cheer Competition in January. This group of girls worked tirelessly preparing for their UIL while also cheering for all other sports throughout the season. They balanced long practice, performances, and game days with grace and determination. They never complained once, maybe a few times, but I had to put that in there. They showed up every single day ready to work, focused on being their best and committed to each other. Their heart, discipline, and team unity are something truly special. We are so honored and proud to be a part of this group. Coach McClelland and I are, and we love them. So we just have a small group tonight. They're all in different sports, and some are getting ready to go to nationals for all-star cheerleading. So we don't have everybody here, but we have a good group here tonight. So Ella, come on up. Ella, Piper, Becca, Sutton, Megan, Jaron, Lily, Caroline, and Chloe. And this time next year, though, we're going to win it. So we're determined to take it next year.
All right, and our next group that we'll welcome to the mic is our Lovejoy High School robotics team. We'll have Coach Sparrow come up to the mic and talk about the accomplishments of our robotics program.
All right, here they come. Just to give you an idea of what these two teams have competed in. So we've competed in 2 signature events so far. Speedway had 104 teams and Robot Rodeo had 92 teams. The qualification through the signature event requires competing against and defeating many of the top teams in the country. And now both robotics teams have qualified for the VEX Robotics World Championship, which is the highest level of the international competition in VEX robotics. So E and M both at Robot Rodeo took those qualification spots. And then E took the championship and M took it in 3rd place in skills at that same tournament. And those accomplishments directly secured the championship, and the signature events represent one of the most competitive qualification paths available, often featuring state champions and nationally ranked teams. And so some more accolades to get them going is each team has competed in 7 tournaments so far this year. They've advanced to the elimination brackets at all the local tournaments and the elimination bracket at both signature events. Out of the local tournaments, that's an 100% finals appearance for both of these teams at each tournament. And that's a total of 8 championships between both of these teams. And that level of consistency demonstrates a sustained excellence across this entire season. These 2 teams have combined for a total of 20 different awards. 2 excellence awards, which is the highest that you can gain at the tournament, 8 tournament champions, 4 design awards, 4 skills awards, just to name a few of them. And again, this excellence in engineering and design, programming, performance, and overall team quality goes to show. One more thing I wanted to point out for them is there's a point differential that's kept between all these teams. So far, E has a points differential of, that's where you take the total that you score and you subtract your opponent's score. E's total so far is over 4,000, and M's total is 3,720 points. So about 77 plus between both teams combined. That's the difference. They're outscoring teams this year. So they're doing awesome. Just to give them a bit of praise in addition to that. And I will invite you, we have our tournament, there's our regional tournament that will happen at South Lake this weekend on the 28th. And then that is going to qualify the other teams that are in Lovejoy, or 2 other teams possibly to make Worlds as well. Although these 2 teams are already qualified for Worlds. But Zahara, just take it and go for it. Is Nick here, Nick A? James? Carson? Christian F? Lily? Justin? Rashawn? Lucas? Curtis? Arthur? Katie? And Christian?
That is wonderful. We're going to pause just a moment as we allow our celebrants to exit. Okay, wonderful. What a way to start our meeting. We will move on to agenda item number 8, public comments. Ms. Taylor, do we have any public comments?
Yes, ma'am. We have one public comment.
Wonderful. As you make your way to the podium, I'm going to read an introduction. So thank you to all of our speakers who are present today. The Board of Trustees encourages and actively listens to all public comments. However, please be aware that under Board Policy BED Local, the board is limited in terms of how it may respond publicly, and the board is not permitted to deliberate or decide on any subject that is not part of our legally posted agenda. If the subject of the public comment is already on the agenda for the meeting, you are encouraged to stay and hear the board's comment on any posted item. Today, based on the number of speakers, each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. For all speakers, Ms. Taylor will be running the timer, which will start when you begin speaking. Ms. Taylor will say thank you when your time to speak has concluded. As a courtesy to each speaker, the board asks that all applause, comments, or other actions cease in order for the board to hear the speaker clearly. Should a disruption exist, a warning will be issued to the individual causing this disruption, and further action will be taken if the disruptive conduct continues. Ms. Taylor, please call our first speaker.
Yes,
Please
ma'am. The
note-
first speaker is John Stanley.
Thank you. Can you note, please, if they're a resident, parent, or guardian, or an out-of-district participant?
This is a non-resident. Regarding agenda item number 21.
Good evening, Lovejoy Board. My name is John Stanley, and I am a Fairview resident right outside your gates, and the parent of 2 children who applied to the Lovejoy Scholars Program last year. and again this year. I'm here to add some remarks for the agenda item as remarked for item number 21. Last year, our application was submitted a few days late. That was on me. This year, we were fully prepared. We submitted both applications within the first hour of the window opened and paid the $150 application fee per child as we did last year. Despite applying immediately, our children were not admitted this year. In speaking with an administrator this past week, I was told that roughly 300 seats were already filled, largely by continuing students, and that none of the incoming 4th or 6th graders have been admitted yet. My first concern is procedural transparency. If capacity is substantially filled by continuing students before new applicants are considered, families should have clear information about how many seats are actually available by grade level before paying the application fee. That clarity allows families to make informed decisions. My second concern is financial transparency. This is not about the money. I'm not asking for a refund here. I'm asking for clarity about what the application fee covers and how families are informed about seat availability before they apply. Finally, I understand that tonight's agenda includes discussion about expanding enrollment. That decision could potentially create an opportunity for my children this coming year, and I appreciate the board considering that. I would also encourage the board to consider whether proximity, geographical proximity, could be one factor in admissions decisions. Families who live immediately adjacent to Lovejoy boundaries may not have practical nearby alternatives, while some applicants traveled significant distances by choice. Considering proximity as one factor alongside academic and program criteria could support community continuity and reduce transportation strain. I'm not asking for special treatment for my kids. I'm asking for transparency, clarity, and thoughtful policy decision and design so that families can make informed choices. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you. So as I mentioned in my opening remarks, under board policy, the board is not permitted to respond to public comment, but we are permitted to provide factual information or information regarding board policy. So at this time, I'd ask Ms. Cordell if there's any comments that she would like to add.
In terms of Lovejoy scholars, I believe the statement had to do with the application process and the acceptance process. So it is first come, first serve based on the application criteria and timeline, and then depending on if there is room in the grade level and or program.
Thank you. Thank you to our commenters for sharing your perspective with the board. Agenda item number 9, Mr. Owens, would you please lead our invocation?
Of course. If you could bow with me. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this evening, the opportunity to come and work on behalf of our students, our community, and our staff. Please lift up each of us and our families and just watch over us, keep us safe. Help us to make good decisions tonight, to discern, and to work hard to ensure that we take care of the kids and those we serve. Forgive us of our sins. In Christ's name, amen.
Thank you. Agenda item number 10, notifications. Board, your materials for the meeting tonight contain notifications of new hires, public information requests, and our cabinet reports. Are there any questions or comments on these items? Agenda item number 11, consent agenda. Your materials for the meeting tonight contain consent agenda items, including prior meeting minutes, our monthly finance report, and an interlocal agreement with the City of Lucas for shuttle service for Founder's Day in April. Are there any questions on these items, or is there an item that a trustee would like pulled for separate consideration? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Make the motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? All those in favor, please say both aye and raise hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The next series of agenda items are presentations to the board on the status of goals or various program updates. Agenda item number 12 is a program update on Lovejoy Child Development Center. Dr. Tinsley.
Thank you. So tonight's program update is on the Lovejoy Child Development Center, which is our pre-K early childhood programming. These are, it's a pride of this district, this facility and this program that we offer for our youngest learners. Just want to lift up what the mission is that we provide care and education for children in our early childhood program areas, and our mission is to create lifelong development and well-being for children ages 2 years of age to pre-kindergarten, which is ages 3 to 4, to support our children on reaching their full potential. So just some benefits I want to lift up about, and there are many benefits, but just want to lift up a few, is that the students that attend early childhood programming are definitely ready for kindergarten, and we've seen that through our own experiences here in Lovejoy. Some statistics on how our students matriculate through, as they matriculate through our programming in high school, they're more likely to enroll in post-secondary programs. And just it shows that also high-quality pre-K programs increase opportunities for success in life. So also the teachers, the qualifications that we have here in Lovejoy, and this is not a requirement for all programs, but in Lovejoy we believe this is very important. Our teachers are what we call triple certified for our 3-year-old and our 4-year-old classes. So that means they are certified in early childhood education, special education, and also have the English as a second language certification so that we can serve those students in an inclusive setting. So we definitely are able to offer high quality learning for our students just due to the nature of the experience and the expertise of the teachers that we have serving them. So I'm going to go over the 3 different programs that we are going to be offering for the 26-27 school year. The 2-year program, which means students are 2 years of age by September 1st. This program definitely does experience children through those early learning experiences, lots of hands-on learning. Also where we're looking as children start to navigate and they learn to self-regulate in a classroom setting. The ratio is 11 to 1. We have 2 different programs that we offer. We offer a program during the day and then also an extended day, and I'll share more about that in just a minute. But the hours are 7 to 6 p.m. And as you will see there, our annual tuition will be raised, will be increased for the 26-27 school year. And as we've evaluated the program itself overall, there is a need for sustainability, financial sustainability to put in place those increases. So that's an increase total. So many of our parents pay on a monthly basis, but that's just the total increase that they would see for the year. The next program is our pre-kindergarten 3, which students are required to be age 3 before they enter into the program. For the students that are what we call pre-K eligible, they have to meet the 3 years of age by September 1st. And those are students that qualify based on, they're either tuition-based students, they don't meet the pre-K eligibility for free pre-K programming, but those who do might fall under their children of an active military parent, homeless, foster children, free and reduced lunch, English as a second language are some of the qualifications that they can meet to receive those programming. We are required to offer pre-K 3 for our ECSE students, which are our students that have been identified as requiring an IEP. Those students actually can start on their 3rd birthday, so we do not adhere by the September 1st. So if they qualify on their 3rd birthday, they can begin the program. Again, you'll see some increases in the rates. We have the school day program, which is your traditional school day time period. We do have increased that for both our staff and community, and then also for the extended day, that has been increased as well. Then our pre-K 4, this is another program that we are required to offer. This is for students who are age 4 by September 1st. Again, if a student qualifies as IEP, they're automatically can access the program, and then also pre-K3 eligible students. And teachers' children now receive free tuition. So we have some of our teachers who are accessing that currently, but it's only for the pre-K4 program. The ratio there is 20-1, which makes it a little bit more cost-effective. You will see an increase, a larger increase for the pre-K4, and the reason behind that is because the state up till this next year have capped that. So we could not charge more than the cap that the state put in place. So this was a program, when you see some financials in just a minute, you'll see that that was a costly program for us to offer, even though we were required to offer it. Up until next year, the state also required a full-day pre-K4 program, but they were only funding half-day on that. So that will be changing with some of the new Senate bills that were put in place. So, but again, we're required to offer that for our students that are eligible. For the extended day, these students may access AlphaBest. So AlphaBest begins ages 4 and up through our intermediate school age students. So that we do have families who do access that. The staffing at the Child Development Center, we have a coordinator of LCDC, Mrs. Jamie Flimmer. There is an admin assistant. We have a full-time LVN, 5 certified teachers, instructional aides, and then some licensed instructional aides that we have to comply with Texas child care licensing. You'll see for our 25-26 school year, we're currently offering we're offering 2-year-old classes, 3-year-old and 4-year-old, and we also are offering 18 to 24 months. We are recommending that we no longer offer that for the 26-27 school year, and I'll explain why in just a moment. I want to also lift up that AlphaBest is our after-school child care program that we're currently offering. We are going to offer this summer a summer program. We've had some inquiries from some of our parents because they need that year-round child care. So we are able to work out a plan with AlphaBest, and we'll be offering it here on site. So some of our families have actually been accessing other districts because they offered it during the summer, but we did not. But we'll be beginning that this next year, or this coming summer. This is what I referred to earlier when you talk about eligibility. ECSE students are 3- and 4-year-old students, and they are not charged tuition. And then our eligible pre-K4 students, that explains how they may qualify. So when we look at comparisons, our cost to run the program this current school year is approximately $157,000. As you can see, the 18 to 23 months class is an expensive class to run, and that's due to the way that we are required to staff that. Our 2-year-old class still does cost some money, but we also, you'll see some changes that we're going to put into place, or we're going to decrease that amount for this coming year. But if you look at, I'm going to lift up pre-K4, that's our costliest program that we had, and that's because we were capped at that tuition that we charged, and also because we have students that we're serving that we're getting half-day funding on. So what we're projecting for 26-27 is that we discontinue the 18 to 23 months. We did do some research to analyze whether that was, we were supporting our staff children in that program, or it was community, and it was a little bit of both. So we just felt like, based on, and several of those students were actually closer to 23 months. They're a little bit older anyway, but we felt like that next year we are going to discontinue it for cost savings. If you will see there, the difference there is we're estimating the cost of the program is around $32,000. But we feel like we can offset that with our summer enrichment revenue, which we have averaged around $36,000. So we do feel like that it's cost neutral, even though we are required to offer these programs. It's not an option for the district. The option is the 2-year-old class, of course. Some trends that we've seen, one of the reasons that we believe this is important to offer is we feel like this is a pipeline to grow our kindergarten programming here in Lovejoy. As you can see, we have 38 of our LCDC students that are currently enrolled as kindergarten students this year. This is also provides you some numbers of our staff students that are enrolled here, and we do feel like that's a recruiting piece that we have for staff because we do offer in-district childcare. This is just some feedback that we received from some of our parents as far as the programming. Any questions?
I think most of my questions you answered for me today. So some of that change is the change in funding formula that's coming through the last legislative session.
Correct.
Okay. And then you also hit on the fact that even though there is a cost component to the district, this is not optional for us to offer.
Correct.
Because of the requirement for early childhood special education and certain pre-K that is required to be offered for free,
Right.
correct? Okay. And then I guess a joint question for you and Thomas, is this additional tuition and this reduction included in the budget workshop that we're going to see, or would that be a future change? It's incorporated. Okay, thank you.
We notified our staff and current LCDC families last week. So we opened registration early for those families, and then we will be opening this soon to our community as well.
So in terms of value, we have a tuition associated with this. How does that compare to other similar programs in the area, or daycare, I guess is what it would be called? How does that compare in terms of value? Because we're offering more than just, I guess, a daycare routine.
We do check. We also look at what our surrounding programs are charging for cost on there with their program. One of the things that we believe that makes our program strong is because our teachers are highly qualified and certified, particularly in our 3- and 4-year-old classes. So we feel like that leverages our programming compared to some of the other programs in the surrounding areas.
It sounds like it's pretty good value.
Are there any additional questions? Thank you for the update. All right, agenda item number 13 is an academic update, middle of the year map growth data. And so, Dr. Tinsley, the board's in receipt of your presentation. I know there's a number of campus-related things, and so I'm comfortable if you want to skip around the most important pieces.
Okay.
Your choice.
Great, I'll be happy to. So, wanted to provide you, we completed the MAP middle of the year assessments. There's a window of about 4 weeks that our campuses administer that test, and it's administered beginning kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade, and that's considered what we consider an interim assessment. So we administer that assessment 3 times per year. This is just an overview of what it measures. We assess our students in reading, math, and science. And they are, these tests, as you recall, are computer adaptive, so the difficulty adjusts as the student is taking the assessment, and it tracks them puts them on the track that will meet the level of difficulty that the test determines that they can respond to. So just a quick overview. What you see, this is an aggregate percentages of just all of our assessments in K-12 math, reading, and science. And I'm not going to read those percentages there to you, but beginning of the year assessment is administered in August and September. The reason the MAP calls it fall to fall is because it's how our students, it's really a full year's growth is what we're looking at. So, but that is basically your beginning of the year assessment. And then the middle of the year is called a fall of 2025 to winter of 2026. So that tells you where they have grown just for the first half of the year. And then I'll come to you later in the spring after we complete the end of the year, and that's comparing fall to spring. So I just lifted up here what the comparisons were of how our students performed in the beginning of the year and middle of the year. I won't go over all of these since you've had time to review this information, really, if there's any questions that you have about this data before I share with you next steps and how we're using the data.
I have a question. So are they taking essentially the same test in the, if I got this right, in August as they are in January? Is it basically the same test, or?
It's administered in the same way. I don't want to say it's the exact same test, but it is adaptive to what the skill set of the student is. So we don't actually see the test. We just know what's assessed, what the results are, and what a student is assessed on. So
it's kind of a similar subject
could be,
material.
absolutely.
They're just, if they're
Sure.
able to go deeper, then we're going to see these scores go up.
Right.
Right? Because they're measuring the growth from where they were.
Where they were. It
in the
takes them where
fall.
they were to where they are now. Correct.
Okay.
So it is adapted to each individual student.
And so these numbers are just across the entire grade range on an average.
And as you can see, we base our comparison on the national percentage. So when we think about a bell curve, if we want to hit the 50% or greater, as you can see, we far exceed that in almost every content area and grade level as well.
And so that 50% is what we consider to be the average of what the students generally cover in that
On
grade.
a national, yeah, on a national scale.
It's nationally. I know Texas may have some
Right.
things that it tests more or less, but in terms of nationally, it's the idea is the average student learning the average material that they need to learn.
Correct.
And for some of the boxes, I know that you have some kind of shading here on which ones you feel like are above or below the national average. Are those, could you speak a little bit about how the campuses are taking a look at those areas and making adjustments?
Absolutely. I'm gonna hit some of that on this presentation, and then when the principals provide the update on the campus improvement plans, because they do have MAP goals within that, they're going to go into a little bit more detail. So the way that we use, this is a data point with other data points that we certainly use. So we get down to the kid level, the student level, the teachers do. So they're able to look at what we call their RIT score and how a student grows on their RIT score, and are they growing achievement-wise and also growth-wise. We can break that down by student when we look at standard. So, for example, if a student is lifted up in 4th grade that geometry is an area of growth for them, that allows a teacher to design instruction to differentiate for that particular student to close those gaps in that area of geometry. So that would be how we are currently using the information. I'm going to go to the slide that talks about that. So this is what we've been doing for the last several weeks. We did spend some significant time on February the 12th when we had our teachers here for professional development, where MAP was one of the data points that they were unpacking. So they were able to group their students by standards and identify those learning gaps, but also where to accelerate certain students. So when we talk about that, that's the way that we design. We might design instruction differently. We might use a different resource than what we're using for that might be a little more appropriate for that particular student. We do what we call skill-based groups, flexible grouping. So certain students will be grouped together based on the skill set or the skills that they need to work on. That can also be flexible within a department and within a grade level. So the homeroom teacher may not be serving all of this. So if she had students with multiple skill needs, she might partner with another teacher to serve those students. We adjust the intensity of instruction, and then we also look at how we can differentiate. I know that some of our teachers have been contacting parents to provide some insight if they needed to provide some additional support and maybe some partnerships that the parents can interface with the teacher on supporting the student. So, but again, the principals will go into more specifics about how they're using it on their campus. Okay.
Tell me again what the RIT score is, the RIT score?
Okay.
Or I can ask it later if it's.
Let me get back to you on that one, because I want to give you the appropriate. It's the score. It's sort of what we consider kind of like the score where a student grows, so you can compare from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, to the end of the year. But on that growth measure, it's a way that we're able to measure to see actually growth on it. But I want to give you a more accurate answer, so I'll follow up with you on that one.
Are there any additional questions? Thank you for the update. All right, agenda item number 14, at this point, is a progress update on our 25-26 campus improvement plan goals and performance objectives. Dr. Tinsley, you're up again.
Okay, thank you. As you're aware, our campus improvement plans are the plans that our campuses develop based on the 5 goals that we are aligned with the Board of Trustees goals, the superintendent goals, as well as the district improvement plan. So last month, we provided for you an update on the progress of our district improvement plan. And so this month, we are providing the campus improvement plans update. So as you can see here, I've highlighted, this is a formative review that we're providing tonight. So it's not going to be inclusive of everything that's in the plan. We're just lifting up some of the highlights. So the principals will be reviewing that information to you, and they're going to be hitting all 5 goals. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Wheeler.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Cordell, cabinet, and community members. I got my papers out of order. Hold on. I was studying in the back there. Okay, I'm going to give you a quick overview. The performance objectives that I'm going to touch on are the same ones that I presented at the earlier board meeting that I wanted to lift up as a real area of focus for us as a campus. So first, performance objective 1 under, oh, now I got them out of order again. Performance objective 2 under goal 1, safety. Lovejoy High School foster partnerships with local first responders to strengthen all facets of emergency management. A couple things that we have done, we did have the first responder breakfast at LHS on September 11th, which was well attended. And then a second, we have high participation by our first responders in our drills. We've had 2 fire drills this year that had representatives of our fire department there with us. Our lockdown drill in the fall had 2 different police departments, Collin County, and is it Fairview? Fairview's the new one? Which is, sorry, someone help me out. Fairview, correct? Police department? It was Fairview. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Percival. And then in addition to that, we maintain a discipline managed system internally. So we have our biweekly name and need meetings where we bring students to our group of administrators and counselors and our leadership team, and we talk about specific needs for each of those students. And then goal 2, people. Lovejoy High School will provide opportunities and support for teachers and leaders through professional development. One thing that we have done, we have identified staff that lead professional development throughout the year. The last 2 professional developments that we have had with staff, we've identified teachers that are skilled in their areas to help us in leading those professional development opportunities. And then the second is our department heads. We are building leadership capacity in them. They have each completed at least 1 coaching cycle with a member of their team to build that leadership capacity in some of our staff. And then performance objective 4 was to provide multiple avenues of support for new and veteran teachers. One thing that we have done is we have a mentor for not just our new to teaching, but our new to Lovejoy people. We've identified that that is an area of need for us because Lovejoy is such a different and special place just to get acquainted, and we have more of a focus on that. And we have a veteran teacher that is working with a cohort of teachers just to acclimate to everything that is specific to us. And then a second strategy is professional development that is individualized to meet the needs. The last professional development we offered, teachers had choice in areas in which they wanted to learn more about and to grow. And then goal 3, learning, and some of these you saw in the map data. Performance objective 5, one of our goals was for the percentage of Lovejoy High School students that score meets grade level on the STAR Algebra 1 assessment to increase from 41% to 50%. Right now, our current projection based on the middle of the year map data is to be at 74% meet or masters. So at this point, we're exceeding that goal. And that really is a testament to our team. They are identifying students that need additional support and really leaning into Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions in those classrooms. The second, so performance objective 6, percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for CCMR readiness, increasing by 91% to 92% or higher in 2026. The 2025 projected CCMR rating, that is the one that will be reported this accountability. Our projection is that will be at 96% based on our internal tracking. Currently, our CCMR senior class, so the class of 2026, and remember there's still a spring semester to go. We're at 82% with that group right now. So we are collecting that CCMR readiness indicators and working with the 18% that still need to hit that indicator. And then finally on performance objective 10, the percentage of students reaching college readiness in mathematics on the SAT, we're looking for a 2% growth. The class of 2025 was at 71% of students reaching that college readiness benchmark already, and with the spring semester still to go, we are at 73% of our students hitting that indicator. So we've met that goal at that point, and we're going to keep pushing to get that higher. And then for goal 4 and goal 5, performance objective 1 and goal 4 focuses on collaborating through that 2030 strategic planning process, and many of you have either been a part of that or have heard the presentations on that. And for goal 5, parent engagement, we are looking for pathways for our parents and families to contribute to enhancing the student learning experiences by maximizing talents and resources. So that is one that is still in progress, and we're working on collecting some of our parents that have some either internship or community service opportunities for our students. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, community, and cabinet. I'm providing an update for the mid-year progress on goals for Willow Springs Middle School. For goals 1 through 2, we'll start with goal 1, safety. As our mid-year progress update, we're making strong progress in implementing our campus-wide expectations for discipline management. We're continuing to use our ROAR framework that we're also sharing with Sloan Creek, and also working to deliver leopard time lessons. Some examples of this are on your slide, and they include our threats are no joke lesson and anti-bullying lessons. We are also partnering with Sloan Creek, and I'm grateful to Ms. Puckett and her partnership as we've been collaborating often to ensure that our intermediate students are fully prepared to transition well to middle school with our expectations not only for classroom behavior, campus-wide management expectations, but also for safety and security. Moving on to goal 2, people, and goal 3, learning. We continue to strengthen teacher capacity through job-embedded professional development. What that has looked like is many teacher-led sessions, much like you're hearing about at Lovejoy High School. Those sessions for our teacher leaders have included Writable, Go Guardian, PowerSchool, Zello, Student Behavior Management, PST, and Planning Instruction for Student Growth. Another presentation that our teacher leaders have given is for our campus goal of writing. Every teacher on our campus has a professional goal of writing across the content area. That could be even if they're an elective teacher, so looking at band, fine arts, even in strength and conditioning. And we have teachers presenting about how are we getting students writing in every area of the building. We recently did a feedback survey for our February professional development, and that was something that was highlighted in that survey, that teachers love hearing from other teachers in the building, and they loved the format of that, so we'll be continuing with those sessions. Before I talk about STAR and student progress and the percentages before you, I want to take a moment to thank our staff for their remarkable progress over the last 3 years as we have shifted towards a newer system of data management. As you've been hearing tonight, there are multiple systems of data that our teachers are growing in their capacity to review, disaggregate, discuss, collaborate on, and then move to action. Teachers have enhanced their ability over the past 3 years to collaborate effectively and respond to that student data in real time. That growth has been difficult at times, but they have really taken on that challenge with a wonderful growth mindset, and I'm really proud of the work that we've been doing at Willow Springs. As you can see, we're moving positively in the direction of our ADA and our attendance at a 96.83%. So that's something that we're trending upwards on that we're really excited about. Before you, I did list our percentages that are reflected in our benchmark data, and there are some significant increases, but that's not what I want to focus on tonight. What I want to give you an example of, and what some of you might be wondering, is what does teacher action look like when the percentages don't show the outcome that we're looking for with student achievement? An example of this in our recent MAP data looks like gifted and talented algebra. And I want to give you an example of the actions that our teachers are taking in this area. Most recently, when the percentage was not what we expected and we're looking for higher growth in that area, our math department lead, Mr. Zach Paxton, conducted a data analysis protocol on our professional development day. This protocol highlighted the need to specifically spiral instruction on a specific operation, and I'll explain it to you, those of you that love algebra. Operations with polynomials and exponents. Some of you are really excited. Some of you are just smiling. But what it did is he has now planned for additional support to be provided to those students in small group instruction inside the classroom, also in leopard time, with focused lessons just on this skill. It also prompted him to collaborate with our gifted and talented geometry teacher, Ms. Kelly Bernhard, to talk about, are we vertically aligned and our students showing the readiness needed for their future GT math courses, and how can we partner together to make sure that we're ready and make sure we're instructing on the highest level possible. This is just one example of how teachers at Willow Springs are leveraging data systems to impact student achievement. Culture of progress and parent engagement. In the realm of career exploration, our counseling team is partnering with families to increase our usage of Zello. This spring, our 8th grade students will be completing the All About Me and Career Matchmaker modules, and also participating in the reality fair that we've now rescheduled to the April-May time. We're also tracking our login and usage in Zello, and we've counted 315 additional logins, which means parents and students are using this application, exploring colleges, learning more about career pathways, and this was reflective of our student engagement on the app. So I'd like to thank my counselors, assistant principals, and whole leadership team and supportive central office for all of their hard work and partnership with me as a principal to get our teachers and our students to this level. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm excited to be able to share our progress at Sloan Creek. It's a big night for Sloan Creek. We got to celebrate learning that's going on, and then I get to update you guys on my goals, on our campus goals. So if we're focusing on goal number 1, which is safety, I'm just going to pick a few things out. We created the first 7 days of school this leopard time lessons that really laid out the expectations that we were setting at Sloan Creek of what all students, what a leopard looks like at Sloan, and that was a change and a shift, and we feel like that set us up for success and expectations, because we can refer back to those lessons. Oh, remember when we talked about digital citizenship and what's it like? How do we use our Chromebook? So we're able to refer back to those lessons that will support our student learning behavior, our student behaviors. We've done a data analysis of our behavior trends, locations, so that we can move from a reactive state to a proactive state when we're talking about how we're managing behaviors, discipline on our campus. So moving to goal 2, which is people. We have an instructional coach this year that offers a tremendous amount of support through coaching cycles through our teachers, through classroom management, instructional practices, instructional resources, and our PLC support. Any teacher It doesn't matter if you're a new teacher or a veteran teacher, can utilize our instructional coach. And we like to use the language, it's your turn, not, hey, maybe you should, get with our instructional coach to kind of talk about some strategies. It's your turn. It's your time to be able to have with our instructional coach, which has kind of shifted that thinking where they want to be extremely collaborative with our instructional coach on how they can better improve their instructional practices, how they can support students, tweaking little classroom management strategies here and there so that they can be the most effective teacher. So we can move on to learning. We use very similar platforms. We use the Mastery Tracker. We have our progress monitoring tool. We do CFAs, formative assessments. We created a common lesson plan format for every teacher, every content area, and we laid out what our expectations were for what's in our lesson, the components in our lesson plan, which that offers us an opportunity to be able to give constructive feedback to enhance the learning going on in the classroom. I listed specific academic areas. I highlighted all of our campus improvement plan goals there for under learning, but if you want to go to the next slide, we've placed that all of our content areas at this point are projected to meet what our goal has been set for this year or exceed that goal. And especially I want to lift up our economically disadvantaged students with an average of 82% will meet standard on all 5 tested content areas. So if you look where we were last year, we were at 51%, so we're showing significant growth. We've really been able to use all of our data tools and points to really be able to identify and how can we support these students so that they see the growth that they need. We also are ensuring we are ensuring that we're maximizing students that have an IEP, that they receive as much instructional Tier 1 support in the classroom as possible. So they're receiving that Tier 1 instruction with supports, not necessarily being removed from the classroom. We're wanting them in there receiving that Tier 1 instruction so that they, and we've seen a significant growth with our special education students. We have leopard time intervention, targeted small groups, which leads us to the next slide, which we get to highlight our growth and our success. So this is our campus, our overall campus for math and reading, and then science will be on the next slide. But if you look at the bottom, it says achievement. And achievement is the growth from fall to spring. I mean, not fall to spring, fall to winter. And so every content area for math, science, and reading have grown in achievement, and all of our growth is over that 50%, which we've discussed if that's the national norm. So we've seen a lot of success, and I think all of the instructional practices that we're using are helping support our growth in our content areas. And then culture of progress. We use the Thrill Share communication tool. We had a parent academy at the beginning of the year that we communicated with our families about the ins and outs of Sloan Creek and what to expect, and then our different communication platforms. And we also provided a Google Classroom parent communication kind of online training where it was an email that was sent out, and then it gave like a video where parents could kind of click through and watch the video of how to use Google Classroom to support their student at Sloan Creek. And then if you go to parent engagement, we have our war assembly, we have student council, we do staff shout outs, all the ways that we can celebrate our teachers and our students at Sloan Creek. So, thank you.
Good evening, board and cabinet. I'm happy to update you on our goals at the middle of the year as well. Our first goal is the safety, and I really want to highlight the work that our team, and especially lift up the teachers and our counselor, Katie Wallace. She's done an amazing job of aligning our ROAR expectations across the campus, and she, along with Ms. Dawson, our librarian, every morning do morning announcements, and we leverage them because they are student-led. And so we've given our students an opportunity to lead the school through our ROAR expectations, and who doesn't listen better to the kids than kids themselves? So when we see those pockets of maybe disruption kind of happen here or there, we strategically put those in the announcements, and then all of a sudden they just take care of themselves. We also shifted, which I'm really proud of, the way we were giving out the Roar tickets and making it campus-wide, but also allowing for our students to have more opportunities to be recognized, so that instead of just being one drawing at the end of the week, every teacher has to dump their Roar tickets for their classroom in the bucket during the cafeteria, and they get to pick out of several students who get to be recognized, and you can hear the yells on a Friday in the cafeteria. So that's really helped us with just the clear, common language that we use across the board, and everybody has Roar tickets. Even during Learning Lovejoy, we got to have our guests give out Roar tickets when they visited classrooms, so that was exciting. We also have engaged in 4th grade with the No Joke Threats training, and in the upcoming weeks, we will also be doing our anti-bullying lessons through our morning meetings that Ms. Wallace collaborated with the counselor over at Puster. So just wanted to lift up that with our ambassadors as well, the program that Ms. Wallace started. They're also a key driver in setting a good expectations for our students and reinforcing those Roar behaviors. Our goal 2 is people. We have really worked hard to provide job-embedded training for our teachers based on their need. Whether they were a new teacher to the profession, they were offered and given a mentor that aligned with their grade level so that they had access to that master teacher on that grade level to also support and coach and co-teach and provide that feedback, along with our MTSS lead who also provides customized training. We also had all of our new to Lovejoy, whether they were a second-year teacher, a 10-year teacher, receive strategic training and professional development on implementations and instructional resources and strategies we've taught the teachers in the previous year, so that they were caught up to speed on the Lovejoy way. We continue to meet the needs of our teachers based on their feedback and the needs of our students. For goal 3 with learning, I'm like Ms. Eldridge, I want to highlight we made some really good gains in our MAP data, especially in 2nd grade, and we also reflected and seen where are some areas we can continue to improve. We spent a lot of time on the February 12th and 13th professional learning days digging into our MAP data, where we were able as teachers to divide up the students to see where they were falling in the different RIT bands and actually identify where the new skills came in, what was added in the next one, so that we could truly leverage the standards our student needed to move on to that next level to show growth. Our 1st grade, I was really proud of them. They came together to look at their specific MAP data to see where were the areas of strength and where were the areas of growth that we still need. And we're collaborating with Ms. Cowan, one of our math coordinators for the district. And we're also going to be administering an upcoming assessment just to get another gauge on what our students need as we continue to plan forward. Our goal 8, 9, and 10, I'd like to highlight the M-class work of our kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade teachers. They are on track to meet their goals. And I really want to highlight our kindergarten teachers. Our incoming kindergarten actually came in at a 50% rate on the M-class for beginning of the year, and that jumped to 75% from August, September to now is a tremendous to me, it's an accolade to our teachers and the work they've done. And I really want to highlight what Kinder has done that I got the privilege to see this morning. They have restructured their structured literacy time based on their M-class data to meet the needs of their students, where each teacher actually has a different group of students, and they differentiate that instruction based on what the students need, so that we have leveraged that where different teachers can use their skill set to thrive and move our kids forward. It was amazing to see how they just naturally did it and how the kids flowed. Our goal 4 of progress, I'm happy to say that we have coordinated and worked very well with our STEM coordinator, and all of our teachers have been trained in ADI. They actually were trained twice. Some of our grade levels wanted to have the training prior to the November, and every grade level has implemented an ADI lesson, and we have seen great success with the writing component that's been incorporated into science lessons that spill into all content areas. And our last is our parent engagement. We continue to leverage the media platforms in the rooms. It's an area we still want to continue to grow in and build more capacity with our teachers and other staff members that can promote the great learning that's happening at Hart. Thank you.
Good evening again. So I get the honor and the privilege of wrapping up all of the principal presentations on our campus goals, but just to kind of do some parallel alignment to Hart, a lot of the work that's happening over there is very much similar at Puster Elementary. So we'll go through each goal, and I provided you some clips and some pictures so you can kind of see into our campus and what we're doing. But goal 1 specifically in the regards to safety, we have a really clear focus on behavioral expectations for all students. So regardless of what classroom that they're present in, regardless of their teacher or their instructor, that the conditions for learning exist where students are able to receive the instruction. So that's really been something that we've prioritized. Along with Hart, we have televised our morning announcements every day this year. So we have news anchors, we have executive producers. It's a little bit of a leadership opportunity for our 4th graders, but also for all students on campus to be recognized for some of those positive behavior supports that are taking place. In regards to goal 2, very much similar to the other campuses, we have a huge focus on our staff that are present on campus and really trying to ensure that we meet their needs as professionals and provide them very timely and aligned professional development. So we have something called Power Hour at Puster, where often throughout the month you will see us engage in collaborative meetings where all stakeholders are present. So we have our general education teachers, our coaches, we've got administrators, we've got our special education teachers, and we even also have some of our instructional aides present in those meetings. Anyone that touches our students or anyone that makes that impact is present and really providing that timely professional development. I really think that goal 2 and goal 3 have some clear alignment. And so you'll see on goal 3 in regards to our learning, this is not our entire plan. This is just areas that we wanted to lift up collectively. But I want to put your focus on our K2 efforts that we have really prioritized in our kindergarten through 2nd grade literacy. We are really providing core instruction related to the science of reading. And so you'll see, just like at Hart, our kindergarten students have already met their end of year goal based on this current middle of year data capture, which was really a huge celebration to the work that our kindergarten teachers and the support staff on those grade levels is providing. We also have met or very close to our end of year goal in 2nd grade. So our 2nd grade teachers are also putting forth that decoding instruction to make sure students know how to read so that they can ensure that they can comprehend the text at their grade level expectation. And so that's really just a testament to the work that they're doing. We also have some math data here that's present. Our MAP data for math specifically is something that our students were able to celebrate. A lot of our achievement is exceeding where we targeted for middle of year, but also our growth ranges are pretty substantial. So we're really excited about that. And then goal 4 for our culture of progress, just like Hart mentioned, we are embedding STEM instruction throughout all content areas and really trying to provide students the opportunity to explore and to inquire of their learning. And so you'll see that we do have some pockets of STEM instruction, but we're also trying to take some of those disciplines across all the content areas and embed opportunities across our kindergarten through 4th grade classrooms there. And then lastly, for goal 5 is parent engagement. We really are trying to open up our doors at Puster and allow our parents to be volunteers. That homeschool partnership is something that we want to foster and continue to grow. And so in every opportunity that we can invite parents in or community members, our doors are always open. So these pictures here are just a glimpse of sometimes at 7 o'clock in the morning when our doors are open, our parents are present and supportive of our students, but also we just want to make sure that they have a lens into their child's education and they are an active participant in that. So that is our partnership there. So I appreciate your time in learning all about the campuses today.
Thank you so much for those updates. Thank you for taking the time to prepare them and for taking an evening away from your families to provide them, but most importantly, for all of your intentional focus to advance these many goals for the benefits of our students and our staff and our parents too. So thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead. Nope. All right, thank you. Dr. Tinsley, I think you're up again. Agenda item number 15 is our math textbook adoption, grades 6 through 12.
Yes, I just wanted to provide you a quick update on the adoption this year. I just want to remind you, this is House Bill 1605 and the criteria that was established there, a couple of legislative sessions ago, that the local districts establish their own review process. You're familiar with that. I shared last year when we were adopting the K-6 or K-5 adoption for math and reading. So we no longer follow adoption cycles like we had in previous years. So we are in need of updating our 6 through 12 math instructional resources. So want to just kind of take you through what our process is here in Lovejoy. We form a instructional materials review committee that's made up primarily of teachers. There are some C&I representatives that are also on the committee. So we go through a process to where we analyze, we look at resources that are, we look at those that are on the approved commissioners list and State Board of Education has approved, and then we also look at some other resources as well. The committee usually narrows that down. They have time to apply that and practice that to see if applied in their classrooms. We also have an opportunity when we're ready to present as a consideration. We have a window of time for the community and parents to review those materials as well. And then, of course, we bring a recommendation to you. So I want to just kind of talk through what that timeline is going to include. Again, this is just a summary of what I just shared of the process that we're in the spring regarding the math resources for grades 6 through 12. These are what we consider when we look at criteria. We want to make sure that they're aligned to the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. There's a quality review. It's suitable and appropriate for our students. We look at specifications, also how this fits within the high-quality instructional materials that the State Board of Education have approved. It aligns with our instructional frameworks. As you recall, we have instructional frameworks for each of our core content areas, and does that align to our philosophy here of math instruction for those upper grades? We also look at the organization of the materials, the district needs, and the sustainability and scalability over time. And then, of course, compliance with legal requirements. So the Committee of Secondary Math Teachers, including general education, gifted and talented special education, reviewed instructional resources for 6th, 7th, 8th grade mathematics, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. The three resources that were reviewed were Bluebonnet Math. As you recall, we are currently have adopted Bluebonnet Math for grades K through 5. There's an option now for grades 6 through 12. McGraw-Hill and Savas Envision is the third resource. So the committee will reconvene March the 3rd. Right now, the teachers are actually trying out. Savas was the one that ranked the highest when they completed the rubric. So the teachers are actually trying out Savas right now in the classrooms. They said all of those instructional materials were good, but they landed on Savas, the one they wanted to apply. Committee will reconvene next week. We will come back to you in March, or we'll have the community review. We'll come back to you later in March to let you know what we are considering recommended, and then by the April 27th is where we will be presenting to request your approval. So any questions about the process and what we're doing right now with 6 through 12 math? We appreciate the time that our teachers are putting into this process as well, too. This is done after hours.
Any questions? No, none. Thank you for the update. And agenda item number 16 is a presentation on our STEM programming guide. Dr. Tinsley.
Thank you. As you recall, STEM is part of our Lovejoy 2030 strategic plan when we look at strategies that we want to accomplish. It is also part of the superintendent goals as well, is our STEM program. We worked on our STEM program guide last year. We're at the implementation stage here. Cole Hawkins is our STEM coordinator, which has been he's been such an asset to our district. He recently provided a presentation to our Lovejoy 2030 Strategic Planning Committee to share the vision that we have for STEM. So I'm going to let him take it over from here because he does a much better job about getting everyone excited about what's coming ahead. So here's to Cole.
Thank you, Dr. Tinsley. Appreciate you guys, and thank you for your time and for having me today. STEM means a lot of things to a lot of different people, and so when you're visioning and getting the wheels turning with this STEM program, it's really important that everybody has a common understanding of what you're talking about. And for us in Lovejoy, STEM is much more than just science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It's a way of thinking about things. Then we're preparing our students for a future that may not be the same by the time they graduate. We got to have them ready for what's coming, and we may not know what that is. But we can cultivate future-ready skills through STEM thinking and in eliciting certain habits of mind that can get students to a place where they are ready for whatever's going to come at them. And that's going to be our goal through the STEM program here at Lovejoy. The framework that we have, we're focusing on 4 key tenets with STEM programming and STEM curriculum here. One of them is that it's integrated across disciplines, that it's not just a special time. It's not just something that's set apart, it's a part of what we do. And we can elicit these habits of mind. We can have systems thinking in English and in history. We can look at the way that a certain geographical location presents itself and talk about elements and compounds and things in chemistry. So there's a lot of bleed through with all these topics, and it's our goal with STEM framework that it's accessible to all content areas for all students in any classroom. It's important that it's inquiry driven, that we're asking questions, because that allows us to make meaning. Because if it doesn't matter to us, if we're not asking questions about it, then we're not going to move ourselves in a way that we're going to seek to understand it. So we provide inquiry-driven lessons and components of our units of study, and that will elicit that inquiry-driven curriculum here. It's important that it's connected, that this is real world, that it's more than just something that happens in a textbook, that we can take these phenomena that students see all the time, or the things that they experience in their life outside of school, and bring it in. Whether that's through community relationships or through the things that they're experiencing, like driving cars or any number of other things. It's important that it's applicable to real life, and so they're ready for those things that are happening outside of the classroom, that they're ready for the world that exists outside of them, that they're using technologies that are going to be present outside of the classroom, that they can think in ways that are going to benefit them in corporate America. Right? So it's important that we elicit these 4 key tenets when we lay the framework of our STEM program. If you'll go one more, and then I'm going to flip back to this guy. So our mission in doing that is that we're cultivating and equipping future-ready graduates. And these are future-ready skills. They are things that you probably say all the time, but it's things that students have to learn to do. Right? I don't wake up in the morning and I have a 4-year-old. He is not necessarily the most resilient of kiddos all the time. Sometimes we have to try and try and try again, and eventually we get it. And so if you'll work back for a second to the previous slide, I can kind of bring this home. So how do students learn these skills? What do we do? Okay, something as simple as driving a car takes a lot of requisite skills to make happen. Whenever you get in the car, there's a couple of things you probably do. Maybe you put your seatbelt on. I hope you do. So you buckle your seatbelt, then you check your mirrors, then you turn the car on, right? There's lots of little skills that have gone up to that point that you may not have known beforehand. You have to learn to do them. You have to acquire them. But after a certain point, you get to a developmental stage where you're fluent in it. You don't even think about it, and you're already out the door and down the road, right? So you develop fluency in those skills. So through repeated acquisition of all these different little pieces that you're making along the way, you develop fluency so that by the time that you get to generalization and adaptation, you're able to take that car, and maybe you're not driving your car anymore. All of a sudden, you're in a big old van. Okay, and you can drive that and park it wherever you need to, but you acquired all of those skills along the way to where you could transfer the things that you were doing in that driving of your car to something totally different. And that's the goal through STEM programming, right? We want to take these requisite skills and these requisite ways of thinking and help build on them over time through whatever discipline we can, so we can develop those future-ready students by the time they graduate. So our goals through the STEM program, where we are right now, we want to be able to market and storytell our program. We want people to know that Lovejoy is different, that we're set apart, that we do STEM a little different here, okay? That we harmonize accessible technology, because we've got a lot of really great tools in our district, but it's important that everybody's speaking the same language and that we all have access to similar experiences, and we're using equipment and stewarding what we have well, and finding things that can supplement that are beneficial for all students at any age range. We want to enrich the student experience. We want to provide them with more opportunities to show what they can do and bring things that they're having to do extracurricularly to the classroom for them that they can do here in-house. We want to equip and invest in our team. We want to show our teachers that they matter to us and they're a part of what we're doing here in Lovejoy through STEM programming. So why do we market? You can go to the next slide. There's a couple of slides up here. One of the things we're pursuing are certifications from the National Institute of STEM Excellence, which is just a way of saying as a district that you're committing to professional development for teachers and for your district that prioritizes STEM. We want to know how to teach those methods of STEM thinking. And why would we do that? You can market yourself at that as this, okay, as a STEM certified district. The map that you see on the left are the STEM certified districts in our area, and you may notice a big hole where we are. I think that's a hole of opportunity. The graph on the right is just a very, very, very low level bit of research that I've done for STEM in my area. You notice probably another hole in our area. And I think that's ripe for us. Okay, I think that's a place that Lovejoy can really step in where students are having to seek out other STEM opportunities and we can provide them in-house through the way that we teach and the way that we do things day to day in our classrooms. One of those ways will be through this STEM Ready Educator cohort, and this has an internal focus and an external focus as well. Internally, focusing on our teachers and showing that we support them in this endeavor, that we want them to know how to elicit these ways of thinking that are going to benefit our future ready graduates. But externally, we want to show to the world around us, the watching world, that our teachers are capable of doing amazing things. It's both a marketing tool for the sake of bringing in other educators, because people will go to Region 10 and all kinds of other methods to try and get some of these STEM certifications, but to show the way that our students are doing things in practice in the classroom, that is powerful. And it's something that we can leverage to help grow our educator population here with people who are eager to do these kinds of practices. So enriching student experience is another focus. This is our STEM program, our pipeline as it exists today. And you can see the CTE little handle there on our pipeline that hits right about Willow Springs, because that's where we start to provide CTE programming. And it's our goal as we develop this STEM program to start to be able to find ways before the handle to really get the water flowing. We want to move that CTE skills, those skills that are going to help our students for future readiness and career, even before Sloan Creek if we can. We want to have our students getting more and more and more flow of those skills. So finding ways to elicit that through the experience here is really important. So how do we do that? You can go to the next. Yep, so on this slide, you're gonna see our STEM Fest, which is a big priority for us this year, okay? And so we're shifting that singular event to more of a focus on campus-specific STEM nights. Not that STEM Fest is going anywhere. That's still really important and really valuable. But we want to show some of the great things our students are doing on the campus and bring the community of Puster, of Hart, of Sloan to their campus for these kinds of events, whether that's through Makerspace with Mom or Design with Dad or lots of events that could happen on site. We want to have STEM camps for kids of any grade age range where we're trying to catch students in the interim of summer or wherever, where they're kind of in a lull between STEM programming, and we want to find ways to keep that pipeline flowing and keep gaining those skills. We want to provide curriculum iteration. We're doing that currently, and we're seeking to do more of it. And then strengthening our STEM pipeline in any way that we can through educator training, and then also providing different kinds of experiences, whether it's at lower levels trying to find ways to enhance the robotics pipeline. I think you've heard today our robotics program's great. How do we get kids more excited about that kind of stuff and increase our numbers? And there's ways to do that. One of these is through integration, and that's, again, one of those 4 key cornerstones. This is something that you can't leverage buy-in if you can't show why it matters. And so for teachers, being able to integrate these experiences into their lessons is vital, but for students, being able to see that this is a part of what we do is also very important. The pictures on the right here are a number of the different experiences that I would label as STEM that we've had this year. There's Save the Snowman. At the top, you'll see a really cool technology we did with Matchgraph. We had roller coasters that took up an entire classroom. We had a whole classroom of students yelling at the top of their lungs because they were able to get a marble to go down all of their foam pieces. It's been a great year for STEM and rolling out these design tasks, and we're going to seek to do more of that outside of just science. What you're seeing here is strictly science, and there's a lot of ways that we can get other skills in other content areas. The last little piece I'll speak to here, ways that we've engaged our community in STEM. I think if you make an appearance at STEM Fest this year, you'll see many of the opportunities that we've made in partnership with local organizations. But we've leveraged local university partnerships, spoken with UNT, SMU. We have a number of local businesses that are coming to be a part of this, and also community volunteers that have stepped into classrooms to run a hot glue gun for a couple of days, to bring in extra t-shirts and cotton balls with family engagement. We've had any number of things that our community's been so supportive of our teachers, and they're eager to get into the classroom, and we hope for more of that. The last piece here is just student mentorship. So we're trying to find a way to make this go full circle so that our students at the top are able to be mentors for our students in the lower age ranges through coming in for design challenges and things such as that. So the last piece to speak to here is just that we seek for STEM to be for everyone, that it's not just something that's special and siloed, but it's a part of what we do here in Lovejoy. Thank you for your time, guys.
Did you save the snowman? Did he make it?
It's a great question. A few did. There were a few. So the task, I can speak to that. The water bottles that you had, they had the little half-size ones. They were frozen solid. And the students designed coolers that were supposed to keep them from melting. And the teachers took, at the end of the day, and had to pour out what I guess was lost of Frosty. And they used it for a math lesson there too, so they could do comparative math and stuff like that, which was really neat. It was a great experience. There were a few that were very successful, and others got the chance to reflect, right? Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you for your presentation. I think that's the second time I've heard it because I listened to the Lovejoy 2031 as well, so it's still engaging. So thank you very much. We'll move to agenda item number 17, which is a presentation on our district strategic plan update. Ms. Cordell.
Thank you, Board. I am excited to provide an update on our strategic plan. We did not need a new strategic plan. As you know, our strategic plan is only 4 years old, and it is an outstanding strategic plan that has really moved us forward. But because we are a school district that is focused on constant pursuit of excellence and continuous improvement, we felt like it was very important to bring our stakeholders together, our students, our parents, our teachers, our administrators, and have a conversation about the future vision for Lovejoy ISD. And so we're very proud that we have been doing this incredible work, and you see some of it reflected in the conversation from our principals this evening, and then the outstanding presentation on STEM that Cole just did for you all was actually part of our strategic planning committee work, and our committee got to have an even more in-depth experience with Cole and get very excited about what is currently going on in the realm of STEM in Lovejoy ISD and the future possibilities there. So up here we have our strategic planning timeline, and I do want to emphasize our strategic planning this year has not been an event. It has not been just a committee and a couple of meeting dates. It truly has been a process, because through a process we are able to include more stakeholder voice and end up with a stronger, more aligned product. So it began in the fall, and we started with teacher and staff surveys. We got the feedback from our educators and found out what they felt like was important to include in a revised, updated strategic plan. We've done student listening circles, parent listening circles, teacher listening circles, and then we've done 3 days with a community-based stakeholder group. Our next steps include some campus team huddles for additional refinement of our draft plan. So we will go out to each of our campuses. And then on March 30th, we are very excited to bring to you a presentation of our draft updated strategic plan for your review and discussion. And then on April 27th, or if you wanted to do it sooner at the April workshop, that would be your choice. We would ask for your consideration of action on the strategic plan. And if you will notice, we are making a branding shift very exciting. So moving forward, you will hear less and less about Lovejoy 2030 because 2030 is just coming too soon. And we want to think bolder. We want to think into the future. We want to think with a lot of strategy and intentionality. So we have a new logo and a new name, Lovejoy Excellence by Design, for our strategic plan, and we thank our communications department for their excellent work on this. Here are some pictures of our Teacher Connection Council. This is their second run through in terms of giving strategic planning feedback and refinement. Here they are refining our draft plan. They used a lot of sticky notes. I don't even want to talk about the feedback that we got from the English language arts teachers. We really have some reflection and some work to do with punctuation and specifically commas. So we are going to work on that. They were very excited to give us that feedback. And then this is our external stakeholder committee that we are very grateful to. They spent 2.5 days with us, engaged in this process. And it was humbling to see how much they care about Lovejoy ISD, our students and our staff, and how they want to dedicate their time, talent, and energy to support us and make us better. So we're very grateful because these wonderful volunteers do not have to do this. And this is, again, one of the things that makes Lovejoy ISD so uniquely special is we have so many people that want to invest and make sure our students are having an outstanding experience. So we are grateful to each and every one of them and look forward to updating you further in March.
I was able to attend all three of the meetings. We're up to the third. That was the last meeting that half day. Yes, all three of the meetings. And I just want to, number one, I want to thank the community members that showed up. They gave up 2 full days plus a half a day in the evening to give us feedback. And I say us, give the entire team that educates our kids feedback on what it is we need for the future. And one thing, I got to walk around to each of the tables, and I got to sit there and listen to a little bit of the discussions. And they were very engaged, had a lot of ideas. And I want to commend Katie on her process for engaging everybody and getting that feedback done in just 2 days. And there's a lot of things that we had to walk through and get through the material very, very quickly. And so I thought it was a great process. I'm very much looking forward to the final product that's coming in just a couple of weeks. Appreciate it.
Much for that update. We'll move to agenda item number 18, which is a presentation and bond update. Mr. Percival.
Sorry, I had no microphone on. We'll remember the final piece was the approval of the CMAR, which is the construction manager at risk. So you'll see now that we have the school district, we have VOK Architects, and we have Balfour Beatty. Now we can all come together and begin to scope and schedule out all of the major projects that are part of that 2025 bond issuance. So here's a list of internal projects. This is actually some of the work that you guys have done stemming back from October that I just wanted to highlight. But the Board of Trustees had approved the following projects in October. You'll see that first one, LHS track project. If you'll remember, this was part of Proposition C that was not successful in the 2025 bond election. The needs were still there, and we needed to figure out a way to navigate forward and address those. And so we proposed those back in October. The approval was to use 2024 issuance of that original 2014 bond funds to mitigate that project. That project has been moving forward. Final completion will happen over the summer once the state championship for track and field is complete. School bus purchases were also approved in October of 25 using that 2025 issuance, along with the tennis court projects at both LHS and over at Willow Springs Middle School. Then in December, the Willow Springs Middle School Technology Refresh was presented and approved, along with the Skyward queue for the student information systems. Then in January of 2026, the two-way radio system modernization project was presented and approved by the board using those 2025 issuance. And then in February, the copy machines were brought forward and approved. Those will be deployed during spring break, so we've got some excited staff about that. And then later this evening, there'll be a presentation for consideration of the natatorium pool dome, pool liner, and fixtures to move forward with those projects as well. These internal projects, we don't engage the architect, we don't engage the CMAR. These are handled internally. But this next, sorry, that's not right. This is just a quick update. We were able to complete some of the work over at the track during November, December when the track wasn't occupied. You'll see this looks kind of like a French drain there. But a couple of our long jump, triple jump pits had no drainage, and so they would saturate and stand in water. And then we also have a steeplechase pit, a one of a kind for the state of Texas by way of high schools. And when that steeplechase pit was constructed, there's no drain in the bottom of the steeplechase pit. The steeplechase pit has to be full of water for competition. So that presents a problem in between, and so we had the construction company come out, install a new drain in the bottom of the steeplechase pit so that we can have clean water in there at all times, drain and clean when needed. So that's just a quick shot. That's work that we wanted to have done before we resurfaced the track so that we don't damage that resurfaced area. And then you'll see here, this is a shot of the tennis courts at LHS back when they were being prepped for resurface. That exact same tennis court, there's a shot of an after photo. So you'll see the surface has been revitalized, repainted. Next project over there will be the windscreens. If you're over there, if you were there for the tournament at all this past week, we had no windscreens. All of those been taken down, and so that we could stretch the chain link fencing in preparation for the new windscreen installment that's happening now. These are some bond-funded major projects, along with some timelines out there to the right. But you'll see the LHS Wrestling Gym addition. That's there at the high school, and you'll see the 2026-2027 will take us through pre-design all the way through the bid and procurement process. We've already met a number of times with the high school, with athletics, with the CMAR, and with VOK Architects. This has been a weekly meeting, and so this one's progressing nicely. And once we're in a place where we've got some decisions that have been made and we have some renderings, then we'll bring those forward for you guys. That first issuance also includes Hart Elementary School. So you'll see there for 2026, the educational specifications process. We actually have our first meeting this week for that, where we really take a deep dive to make sure that the designs that will be considered moving forward with that architectural renovation are in alignment with teaching and learning here in the school district. So that will happen along with the pre-design. And then this summer, security fencing at Puster, Sloan Creek, and Willow Springs. Those projects will kick off. And then you'll also see there at the bottom, transportation and maintenance. That's a 26 through 2028, which will go from pre-design, design, and then all the way through demo, new construction, parking, and the fueling systems over there. So that will be quite a comprehensive project that will get underway here fairly quick as well. And then the very last thing I wanted to cover, now that we're starting to gain some traction and momentum with the projects that are bond funded, we want to make sure that we have a way for the community to be kind of brought along and updated. And so you'll see there, we'll continue to use social media. We'll also continue to use the bond website. But one of the things that the communications team has put together and that they're working on is they're going to send out, and Ms. Canning, please correct me if I get this wrong, but it will be essentially a news reel. And those news reels will go out on social media. They'll go out, they can go out with Connect with Katie. They'll be on the main website, but then once they've been pushed out, they'll also be linked to the bond website. So for instance, you'll be able to click on a campus, say the high school. You'll scroll down underneath the high school and you'll see all the projects that were included as part of the bond. And then below that, it'll give you an update, whether that just be an article, photos, or it could be a video clip. So all of that is in the process of construction, and we should have something out by spring break. That concludes the update. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Thank you for that update.
Thank you.
So we have had a number of meaningful updates from the administration. I appreciate all of that. Before we move to the next part of our agenda, I'm going to call for a 5-minute break. All right, we are going to gather us back in at 8:50 p.m. So yes, thank you for all of those update presentations. That was a run, and Dr. Tinsley gets the gold star for the number that she presented tonight. But now we will move into the main portion of our agenda for board consideration and action. Agenda item number 19 is to consider an act on the use of 2025 bond issuance for capital expenditures in an amount to exceed $75,000. Mr. Percival and Mr. Willman.
There it is. Good evening, board. As mentioned in the prior presentation, one of the agenda items in Proposition E as part of the 2025 bond is the replacement of the pool dome, the pool liner, water quality controls, as well as the fixtures in the restroom. They're adjacent to the auditorium. And so we've worked through between Mr. Willman's office and operations to collect multiple bids and quotes for this work. And so tonight we bring forth a recommendation to move forward on this project. And I'm happy to answer any questions that may be related to the recommendation.
So again, on the natatorium, what is our arrangement with Metroplex Swim to where
Yes.
this is not an impact on M&O?
So that's a great question. Metroplex Aquatics takes care of the utilities. So that's water bill, electric bill. We have natural gas there for heat. And then they also maintain the water quality of the pool, and they maintain the pool equipment, so all of the pumps.
How much is the natatorium used? Is it pretty heavily used item?
It is, yes, between both the school district and Metroplex Aquatics. It's used year-round, yes, sir.
And if we didn't have the natatorium, where would our swimmers swim?
That's a great question. So what would happen at that point is we would have to pay for pool time at a surrounding location outside the district.
Well, what's the life and what kind of warranty do we have on the pool dome and the fabric liner? 'Cause I know we had a lot of issues with that the last
I'm
several years.
so glad you asked that question, Mr. Wheelis. So for the pool dome, that comes with a 20-year warranty for the actual bubble itself, and for the liner, it's a 10-year warranty.
Next ice storm will be okay?
Well, we should. So Asadi is the company or the vendor for the pool bubble itself. They have multiple patents. They are the standard when it comes to pool domes. They work with 14 NFL teams across the nation. A lot of those have an inflated dome over their practice facility. They're rated up to 150-mile-per-hour wind, along with a very heavy snow burden rating. You'll see a lot of them up north, but they come highly recommended.
If there are no additional questions, I'll entertain a motion. Please note there is recommended motion language in your board book.
I move to approve the bond-funded capital expenditures as presented in the total amount not to exceed $700,000 of bond funds.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? All those in favor, please both say aye and raise hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 20 is our next budget workshop. So this is our fourth budget workshop as we are diligently preparing and looking ahead to the 2026-27 school year. Mr. Woolman.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cordell. So tonight, as part of Budget Workshop 4, I'm going to do a quick review of our key takeaways from our previous budget workshops, and then we'll dive right in to take a look at our preliminary updated multi-year financial outlook. And then from there, we would like to have a discussion with the board around these three key areas that will help us further develop our budget in preparation for board adoption, really focusing on a discussion around the fund balance, then looking at enrollment, specifically around Lovejoy Scholars, but then also looking at classroom size at both our primary and secondary schools. And then we'll end the workshop, the budget workshop with the next steps. So we remain throughout this process really focused on the established board priorities here, these 5 items of fund balance, enrollment and attendance, student educational experience, compensation, and safety and security. Earlier in the early budget workshops, Budget Workshop 1, we presented to the board the financial sustainability framework where we developed a plan in order for us to really drive decisions and get you to a place where you feel comfortable with adopting a budget for the 26-27 year. First, we needed to develop that multi-year financial model. And within that financial model, really looking at reviewing kind of campus staffing formulas, but also looking at central office staffing, but then really looking at both operational efficiencies and cost reductions within our budget, while also looking at examining other revenue sources outside of enrollment and ADA. Part of that financial sustainability framework was looking at what are the different options that are available to public schools across the state of Texas, which does include Lovejoy ISD. So we looked at the different revenue factors and expense factors. So some of the things that we are going to look at are the enrollment and the demographic report, and then we reviewed potential attendance strategies. But then some other key areas are looking at potentially the VATRE and then other revenue generating ideas, and then looking at the expense factors, again, the efficiencies that we gained through the bond. So we had a couple of items that were that Mr. Percival presented on when we talk about Skyward and the student information system. We purchased that software for the next 5 years, so that's a operating savings of roughly $75,000 annually from that. But then also with the copiers and the purchasing of the copiers over the life of a 5-year span, that was about $100,000 savings annually to the M&O budget. And then looking at different partnerships and then also some structural efficiencies. So we shared last month the demographic report here. So we continue to see that there is a projected decline in enrollment. This does include both Lovejoy Scholars, residents, and staff students. We always look at that green line there, which is the low projection. Over the past couple of years, we've actually performed somewhere in between that low and moderate, but we've never really gotten to that moderate or to the high. So with that being said, we shared earlier this month just an initial look at the financial model with some budget considerations. What we have here today is that we factored in a few more. So the main difference from what we presented 2 weeks ago to what we're presenting today is that we looked at scaling both the central office and campus-based staff based off of decline in enrollment. So we incorporated that into not only the 26-27 year, but also into the out years, the 27, 28, and 28, 29. So that is reflected in the model. Additionally, I think we had an attendance rate of 96.5%, but we've been operating roughly around 96. We made that adjustment down to 96%. And then we also looked at, we did a deep dive into kind of where are we currently with our financial projections, and we incorporated, we don't believe there's going to be a need for the use of our contingency, so we were able to scale some of that back and capture that as savings to the bottom line. So you'll see that represented in the financial model once we get there. Some key things to remember is that we're still keeping a close eye on what special education funding will do. We still don't have visibility in how that may impact Lovejoy ISD, whether it's going to be net neutral or there will actually be a gain there with that new funding formula. And then we're continuing looking at our other revenues that are outside of state aid and tax collections, such as facility rentals and different opportunities related to sponsorships, anchor sponsorships, and community engagement, things like that for additional revenue. So all that being said, what we're showing here is that we have a continued deficit budget as we look out into the next 3 years from FY27 to 29. As I mentioned, we did incorporate those things, the scaling. So you'll see a slight improvement in the deficit based off of what we presented 2 weeks ago and the increase in the days of fund balance. A key thing to note here as we look at FY27 and go into FY28, there is a legislative session that will be the 90th legislative session that will start in January of 2027 that will influence how we approach going into FY28. But you can see here, at least in the next 2 years, we're maintaining that over 100 days of fund balance. But as we get into FY29, you can see that that deficit grows due to the decline in enrollment, and it gets us down to the 67, which is below where we were roughly about 4 years ago. The reason we're able to show the FY29 now versus what 2 weeks ago is that we have an updated funding model from the state that gave us a little bit more comfort in kind of how they were calculating that revenue. So we're able to go ahead and plug that in and show the additional year there.
Thomas, what do you think this current year, where do you think that, are we going to end at a little bit of deficit, a projected deficit, or where are you projecting that right now?
I'm projecting that we'll end with a deficit. The 894 is probably where right now, comfortably, I would say. We're continuously monitoring. We'll have meetings with our different budget owners to kind of get a sense of where they are with their non-personnel spend and see if there's any place there. But it would be very minimal savings through those conversations. But we do anticipate that it will be a deficit based off of what we know right now.
And in the current year budget, how much is our contingency that's remaining currently?
We had 300,000 in there. I scaled this back about 275,000. So about 25,000, yeah.
But you have the contingency amount still in for the current year budget. You didn't update that.
The current year budget does remove the contingency. So we don't have the contingency in the current year 26, but we have it ongoing from FY27 through FY29 as an annual contingency.
And then just a few questions, just to reiterate. So this does include the updated assumptions with LCDC that were reflected earlier that has
Yes, ma'am,
tuition
it does.
change.
I apologize. I should have mentioned that.
And
Yes.
no worries. And then I asked a question before the meeting. I'll ask it again just for posterity. What is the assumption for Lovejoy scholars in these particular
Yeah, great question. So based off of what the demographer provided, we're projecting about 317 in enrollment for Lovejoy scholars, and that's K through 12. And that is consistent 316 going out to FY29.
And so you're also projecting that M&O rate, right, to continue to go down based upon what's been happening, based on what you expect compression to be?
Absolutely. So we do see that it will it will start going down. It will based off of the 7% growth that it will continue to be compressed, yes. So with that being said, in the budget workshop, I believe back in December, we had reviewed the fund balance and the trends that got us to where we are with our current fund balance and a healthy fund balance. The board had requested to look at and see how does fund balance impact our cash flow. So I provided here the graphs that we showed during that budget meeting, reflecting when we look at 90 days of fund balance and what that does to our cash. You can see where we highlighted in those first few months from July through November, where we do dip below 90 days of cash on hand. During those months, if we maintain 90 days of fund balance. And then when we look at 120 days, we're well above that 90 days. So what that essentially means is that anytime we have a stall in cash inflows, that we have enough cash to be able to maintain 90 plus days of operating expenses during those months. So So what we're looking for from the board here is that as we're thinking about our budget development going to the 26-27 year, but also going and looking out to the 27-28 and 28-29, what is the minimum number of days of fund balance that you'd be comfortable with us moving forward as we incorporate some of our different budget assumptions and work towards a budget proposal to bring forward to the board.
So cash flows for fund balance to maintain solvency, are we saying that that is 90 days?
That's the question that I'm asking. Is that, yes, is it 90 days? Is that an appropriate number in any given month as far as cash on hand? Is that the question that you're asking?
Yeah, does 90 days cash flow us year-round in the times when we're waiting on tax collections?
Yes, it does.
If I could make a suggestion, Thomas, since some of these three topics with regard to fund balance and scholars and class size are somewhat interrelated,
Yep.
would you be comfortable with covering the remaining two items, and then we will circle up with board feedback on all three?
Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely. So as we think about enrollment, going into enrollment, so our projected enrollment for 2026, 2027, right now we have at 3613. The key difference here when you're looking at this number versus what we show on the model, this is just K through 12. When we think about the scholars and the 350 cap that we have right now, we only consider scholars that are K through 12 because most of that are coming in pre-K 4. They are not eligible for state funding, so they're paying tuition. So we don't incorporate that in the count for Lovejoy scholars. So the budget number from K through 12, right now we have at 3613. When we look at our most recent, as of February 17th, we've had 479 applications received related to Lovejoy scholars, and our current acceptance is 350. Ms. Koenig, is there anything that you would add to that as far as Lovejoy scholars?
Since that was reported, we do have more Lovejoy scholars. I believe we're at 507 right now.
Of applications completed?
Applications, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Koenig. So when we put that into financial terms and we're looking at number of students that are enrolled, and we put this in increments of 50, the assumptions that are made here is this is the minimum that we would receive. So when I think about this, I'm not factoring in, if we had 50 students enrolled at the secondary level, for instance, and all 50 of those students enroll in some sort of CTE class, that 350 is going to jump up to a higher number. So what I'm doing here is just reflecting and showing that at a minimum that we would receive from things that are driven mainly like basic allotment, safety and security, things that are guaranteed no matter where the placement of the students are, we would receive this amount.
Does it affect for any additional scaling of staff needed?
It does not. This here is just purely revenue right now. It does not, obviously, if we added 200 students, we would definitely need to add staffing, and that would, the net gain would, we still have a net gain, it just wouldn't be as much as the 1.4 million here. We can comfortably probably go up based off being strategic with what our current enrollment is and our current staffing. We could definitely add in and add additional 50 students, for instance, where that full 350 could be realized.
I mean, we could add another 150 and be the same numbers we were this year.
Correct. We would add back in those 4 staff or however many staff that we scale based off of that 150 reduction. So then it would be a net. We would take the 700 revenue less the teaching positions that we would have to add back in. So there would be a slight net benefit there.
So the model still is scaling where it makes sense to scale?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay.
When we're scaling, financial result has 317, we're going up to 367 and upwards from there when we start looking at the dollars. Okay.
The other thing we have to balance as we're thinking about enrollment in Lovejoy scholars is also that we have the other side of the staffing students enrollment that we have to manage, but then also the residents. we do factor in that the resident student count will increase as well, so we have to keep a close eye on that. So just because we do enroll 50 more scholars doesn't necessarily mean that on a aggregate basis that we actually increase by 50, because it could offset a decline in the residents or a decline in staff students.
I just know we can't rely on the legislation for a year and a half from now to bail the school districts out. So I think we need to make fiscal decisions today that can help. Maybe we get a whole lot more money and then we can add more programs back to it. But I think we want to make sure that we can have a realistic budget.
So 25, 26 enrollment, 3951. At 3951, we netted 800,000. At 3772, we lost 900,000. So it appears that 3,900 level, based on our current staffing, and obviously I can't control what inflation does. We can anticipate it. But if we push that up a little bit and say 3951, that gives us an $800,000 cushion for expenses.
I think we had some one-time items from last year that we couldn't count on again.
3951. So that would.
Weren't there some one-time, the hold harmless, that was a one-time thing that was a big part of where we ended up with a surplus last year?
So 3951 is probably a break even.
Are you referencing a 3951 as far as an enrollment count? Okay.
So he's looking at last year where we ended up with a 900 surplus, but if I remember correctly, we had initially approved a deficit budget last year also, and we ended up with the hold harmless funds that brought us back into the positive. Is that right?
That was also unfilled staff positions, so you were having some released budget dollars at the end of the
Absolutely.
year,
We have
right?
some unfilled positions that are now currently filled. There was a hold harmless that right now, it has continued each year since that was incorporated, but there has been some conversation. We've got to keep a close eye on it to ensure that in future legislation and that is going to continue to benefit the district. So we're keeping a close eye to make sure that we're not losing that hold harmless.
Let's finish with class size here.
Perfect. So now as we look at class size, so what we're looking at here, we've broken it down between K through 4 and then 5 through 12. And we look at the elementary, it's a little bit easier to look at ratios with elementary because they don't have electives that they're going through and whatnot. So when we look at this in our budget model, the baseline is 1 to 22. Granted, it's not a perfect science. There are going to be there's classrooms that may have less than 22, but the way we establish the staffing model, it reflects 1 to 22 as our baseline. So when we look at on the left there, as we go down in increments of 1, what the cost would be associated with going from a 1 to 22 to a 1 to 21. That would result in district-wide across both campuses a count of 4 total teachers at roughly 306,000. And then you can see the numbers as we go further down the list down to 17. Now, is there room for, as we're thinking about these different numbers, as far as our numbers, like I said, it's not an exact science. We'll have classrooms, and we continue to look to, as we look at scholars, to fill to get to that 1 to 22. The similar situation as we're looking at the 1 to 21, 1 to 20, and so forth. We can backfill with enrollment to get us to those that will result in additional revenue. But I think overall, what this will represent is that by changing it, even with the revenue increase, there's still a net deficit to it and cost to the district to be able to meet the different ratios presented here. And then when we look at the secondary, I know that Ms. Koenig presented kind of classroom size for secondaries that show a number that's less than our baseline of 1 to 25. What this is doing is hers really focus on kind of core content classes. I'm looking at this from a perspective of total enrollment at our secondaries divided by number of teachers, and that's just the ratio. 1 to 25 based off of that. So when we look at, and we want to take that same approach for the different ratios here from 20 to 24, you can see the different costs at the secondary level to the district. Very similar to what I mentioned about the primary. Is there room to fill in gaps where it's not an exact science of 1 to 24? We would produce some revenue, but overall, it'd still be a cost to the district in order to look at these different changes in class sizes and ratios.
So the last couple of years, we've been managing scaling to that baseline number. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
My initial reaction to this, if I'm understanding correctly, is that this is a further strain on the expense. If we were to invest, if we were to set this as a priority to lower class size, that would be some additional burden on this particular set of deficit numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we'd have to have conversations around what trade-offs we'd want to make in order to accommodate that.
On the flip side of that, I think it's also helpful as we are talking about expanding the program to maintain kind of that intentionality for that baseline. I know we've talked about waivers before, and I really commend the admin for being so intentional this year. We haven't had as many, and so I hope we can kind of communicate to the community that that's still a priority for us, at least keeping it at that baseline, because I don't think we have the luxury of intentionally setting it below. But going over is kind of a different animal.
You want to speak to that?
So,
Yes, there's definitely a range depending on, and what's difficult is even when you're talking about, earlier when we was talking about elementary and adding the 4 teachers, it depends on the grade level and the numbers. You know, we have a grade level right now at Pester that has 7 classrooms in it, 7 teachers in it. We have one at Hart that has 5. So it depends on where everyone's moving in, those locations. But I definitely, you know, we definitely look at that baseline in that range when we start staffing there.
Board, so the ask of us tonight is to provide our thoughts and feedback on these 3 areas, which would be an investment to lower class size, the number of Lovejoy scholars, and also kind of our views on fund balance and where we want to land. Because that fund balance number would dictate how additionally aggressive we would need to be to look for additional revenue or expense levers.
I think the current projected budget is not feasible for, you know, we can go for 2 years, 3 years, we're out of money. And I think the least painful route is going to be increasing the number of students. And so I want to see some more numbers around, you know, trying to get our enrollment as of what it was this year or what it was the year before, and what would that do?
So for looking forward for longevity, given the shrinking enrollment situation here in Lovejoy and most districts in North Texas, we're not alone, obviously. I think thinking about Lovejoy scholars from a different perspective might be, it's just something to talk about and think about. So just discussion points that I'm floating. But I think working scholars and enrollment to a target number of 4,000 is probably, in my mind, a more appropriate approach to looking at this versus reapproving a number of scholars each year in order to maintain long-term liquidity, solvency, and to protect what we have. We need kids in seats. Obviously, our class sizes are working where they are now at a baseline number, which appears to be in that 4,000 range, give or take. It's not a perfect science, but so I'm thinking about that as one lever we have that's reasonably painless. A more painful route is to move class sizes up by 1 student, which generates $800,000 to the bottom line. That's obviously not what we want to do because we feel like that negatively impacts student experiences. The third thing that we haven't discussed, which we will have to do at some point, I believe, is go back to the community. Because if we're not going to get help from the state, then our community is going to have to invest in our schools to help support it. Because in order to protect class sizes and the things that we derive as opportunities for excellence, we're going to have more revenue. We can't cut any more expenses to speak of. So discussion points, not action items, but I'm thinking about this scholars idea from a way, thankful that we have it, thankful that we have a destination district here that people want to be a part of. And I think the longer we delay hard decisions, the more our problem will compound. 67 days, 90 days, I asked that question, 90 days being solvent. I have concerns that next year, 90 days won't be solvency. It'll be closer to 100. Because expenses aren't going down. So just some discussion points to think about from perspective that are on my mind.
Great. Just to kind of maybe direct some of are we in agreement, board, with class sizes staying at baseline at the current view, or does anybody want to offer a different point of view? Baseline?
I think we've got to see what the numbers are if we increase the scholars drastically.
Okay.
I mean, we can't approve anything without knowing the numbers.
True, we're just providing direction for that next budget workshop.
I think priority one would be, to the extent we can, keep our baseline as it is. But until we understand those numbers, I don't think it's a luxury we can say that's for certain. As a priority, I believe that's a high priority for us to ensure that we maintain that to the extent we can.
Okay, so just to kind of restate what I understand to be consensus is that we're comfortable with the baseline numbers for the next reiteration, but we have to reserve that as a potential lever again in the future. Did I capture that correctly? Okay, now we're moving to scholars. And so, and if I could correct me, we are at 507 applications at this point in time, and the board has previously provided authorization up to 350. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
yes.
so the manner before us tonight is to adjust potentially this authorization cap. And so if we could solicit comments on kind of where we feel comfortable with that number.
On the attendance, obviously, that drives, that is one of the biggest drivers that we have. If we increase attendance by a percentage point, it's 300K. But also, if we have more students attending, we have the scale that we need to protect the programs, which is what Barrett was saying earlier. So, for me, that's what I want to protect. Barrett, I like your idea of saying, hey, let's target an attendance number, and that may be something that is more appropriate than always saying and coming back and revisiting every year, if we don't necessarily need to, what we want to do with scholars, and that may give you some more flexibility over time.
Yes, correct.
With that baseline being protecting class sizes, that driver being a part of the acceptance process, ensuring that we maintain that, at least for now.
See what it looks like. To me, it should be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anna, but it should be a lot easier for you to be efficient with your scaling if you're operating on a consistent baseline of attendance that's not drastically going down by 100 to 200 students every year. If you could have a level set, would that make your life easier? I would think.
Definitely, because, you're also looking at moving teachers, different grade levels. Some of those possibilities happen, attrition, all those things we look at. So yes, that would be a nice perk, but.
Then maybe, and I don't know if this is possible, Thomas, but to back into what does the attendance number need to be for us to get to a break-even budget? And I don't know if that's realistic for us to get there, but at least know what we're shooting for, right? Let's say, okay, we have baseline numbers we're working off of. We're making assumptions in a lot of different places, but what is our target to get to so that we know where we don't have to be in a deficit budget year after year, because we know long-term that's not sustainable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We can bring forth different scenarios at which, based off of the numbers that we have at applications, if we were to accept all of those, what that would mean for additional staffing, and then go from there.
Could I offer an opportunity to maybe split the baby just a little bit here? Because I do think when we're talking about raising this number to 4,000, you're talking about a very significant influx of students that we probably have not thought about the administrative change for something like that. So if I could split the baby, we need to take a look at this current approval threshold. Would we be comfortable with raising that current approval threshold and then taking it as a future agenda item to evaluate the structure of the program?
Yeah, I would agree. I think we have to. We've got to move the needle on the scholars now to do things. But I do believe we need to, by our next meeting, try to have some ideas around consideration of this higher level of approval. And the only thing that gives me some comfort is it's where we were last year. I do think the influx of new people, though, brings on unintended consequences that we're going to have to provision for, and perhaps that's the allocation of some financial resources for supporting them in their culture transition and all those things that we want them to be leopards and be a part of our programs.
Again, just to throw out something for people to noodle on, how would the board feel about upping the cap to 5 or 550 to allow the current program to continue to accept applicants, and that we would take this feedback to another board workshop where we would flow through some of the requests that the board has taken into account?
The only thing I don't like about it, I'd hate to turn down some good young students, and they're gonna go somewhere else, and then we'll never go.
How many applications do you have now? 500, though?
507, yes.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Julie, and I understand why we've had caps and we've moved them around in the past. I would prefer to give some sort of leeway, I guess, to the administration. They're the ones who are having to take on this administrative burden of the program and knowing what is the right number. Picking these arbitrary numbers, I think if we're going through this process in this budget workshop to approve a sustainable budget over a long period of time, scholars are going to have to be a part of that, or we're going to have to start looking at other more drastic cuts. That's just the reality. So I think at this point, I'll take whatever recommendation the administration has on what the right number is for us to be at the right level for this next year. At some point, though, I think moving towards a target that is like backing into those numbers like we talked about with enrollment. So if it needs to be a two-step process, that's fine. But whatever works for them in the process, I think, is what we're looking for.
Yeah, I think that's what Julie was suggesting is that, our next agenda item is a recommendation to expand to a certain number. I think we've talked about maybe possibly doing better than that on agenda number 21, but then we still need to see, right, at the next board meeting, what 600 looks, what an attendance maintenance rate looks like. So it could be a two-step process.
Okay, and then I think as we take a look at this financial, if we were to increase the scholars by, I'm going to use a number 550 right now just for my conversation, is that I would need to ask that our financial projections start to match some of those numbers. Because right now we have acceptance at 350, but we have modeling at 316, and I certainly understand that you're hedging in there to a degree. But we would need to see how that flows into that number to guide any future things. Because I think of course, this board has always been interested in making sure that the decisions we make in the current year are the right fiscally responsible decisions to impact multiple years in the future, right? So what I see here is a cash balance for the next 2 years that looks healthy enough that would prevent us from making drastic cuts, but that we are definitely looking at that FY29 and wanting to position ourselves in the most healthy way possible.
And Anna, am I right that I understand, we've accepted X number of students, scholar students, and that you've budgeted under that? I mean, is there a percentage of acceptance that don't actually enroll?
There is, yes, there is. It's not great. Most of them that if they pay an application fee and they do enroll, it may be a sibling, it may be last minute move, something like that. Most of them do enroll. What also happens though is they become residents. So I move them from a scholar, because if you remember at the very beginning, we started out closer to that 350 and then they become residents and we move them over. And even this year that has happened, where we've moved them into residence. I can tell you also what is happening is I'm being contacted by residents saying, we are thinking about putting our house on the market and selling it, but we want to, continue here in Lovejoy. So right now they're considered a resident, but they would move over. And so that's why that arbitrary number is difficult, is because it's always a moving target.
Yeah, but
yes.
So another reason why it'd be better to work off an enrollment range that we're looking for budget purposes.
I would prefer, hopefully, you got the teacher raises in here. We want to keep that. We want to keep the class sizes the same. And really the only true lever we have, unless it's to go and ask the taxpayers for more money shutting down a school, is let's get more students in.
It would, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we can work through the budget process. We've got a specific agenda item on a specific recommendation
30 days.
to get us down the road.
We've got 500 applications. If we set the target somewhere above that, and then we come back to this expand the idea of how we want to approach budgeting versus this cap on scholars, I think we have the ability to achieve our goals. I do think it is what it is. We've got to have students in seats to maintain programs or increase class sizes or bring in more revenue through taxes. So we can't cut any more. I mean, I want to be on our toes, not on our heels. And I'd like to have a different conversation with more students in seats about how we're going to expand programs, not reduce them. So I think the only way to do that is putting kids in these seats. I don't know that we can increase attendance. We're already running at 96%. We're outpacing our peers at a reasonably high level. So I think I don't know that it's a bad thing to be targeting 4,000. We want to stay a 5A district. And, the trend we're running, we wouldn't if we just kept resident students in seats.
So would it be helpful if we took the approach of based off of we have 507 applications, we've accepted 300 plus based off of those that are returning year over year and where we have space available. If we were to run the scenario at which we had all 507, incorporate that into the financial model, bring that back next month and say, based off of 507 applications, assuming 100% enrollment, this is what it would do to not only the revenue, but also the staffing. And then look at it from a perspective of what Jason had asked, that we bring forth what is that break-even target and see the differential in that. And then we can then drive that conversation as far as what is the next step, whether it's a cap or if it's just an ongoing number that we meet that total enrollment of 4,000. And maybe not necessarily, I'm just saying, maybe not necessarily put a number in place tonight until we have those different analysis done for next month that will then help drive decisions.
I think we have an
Yeah.
at least allow. Right.
In that next item, we'll approve that. I don't see that being a problem, but I do, just from a budgeting perspective, I'd like to ask for some inputs. I'd love to see some projections going forward with us maintaining somewhere between 3,900 and 4,000 kids. We're looking at this from a deficit budget. I'd like to go to a projection of where do we actually not have a deficit and where can we expand and grow. And so I would love to see what those numbers look like. And as you do that, I would love to understand how that impacts class sizes and our fund balance. And so it's a little bit different mindset on how to look at it with increasing these kids. And then I would love to see us layer in one or two other triggers for improving revenue, whether that is we don't want to do it, but whether it's class size, whether it's a VATRE, whether it's scaling additional staff. I don't want to just rely on one lever for consideration. We may never act on the others, but I would at least like to see them, to consider them, along with this increased enrollment idea, so that we're not so reactive. Is that?
No, absolutely.
That's the ask I have to think about budgeting from the perspective of making
So
these
you want to
decisions.
just taking a different approach instead of.
I just
looking
want
at
to
it
see
from
the
a
numbers,
declining enrollment,
and I want
then
to see what
at
it
a
looks like.
range From enrollment, what that would look like from a revenue.
I don't know that we can get to 4,000 with scholars, but I want to see what it looks like.
Exactly. Okay.
So fund balance is still a priority from a cash flow perspective. it does look like the current financial model without the additional scholars does put us above 120 days prior to next budget, which is desirable. And I'm guessing, based on the conversation that we've had today, that that would move our second year also above 120 days just with these additional scholars that we might do tonight. So to me, that feels like we're in a comfortable position for the 2 years, but the board certainly needs to continue to focus on that third year based on our potential pessimism of any additional funding. Your second question was on class size. So what I'm hearing from the board is that we'd like to maintain a baseline for right now, but leave opportunity for some additional levers in the future. And your next question was on scholars, which we will address in the next conversation. But I do appreciate the offer for maybe what that 500 looks like, and what kind of a 4,000 looks like. And I will take the ball and work with Katie to prepare for the next meeting on that. Okay. So any additional feedback or questions needed on the budget workshop?
I don't know if we've seen peer district data on their baseline scaling class size information recent. I know we've seen it in the past, but it doesn't need to be for the next meeting. But at some point, if we're coming down to ever needing to make decisions around our class size, understanding exactly what all of our surrounding and peer districts are doing would be helpful in that part of the discussion too.
And aren't there some challenges in that realm? Because what is reported to the state can sometimes be, it's difficult because, for example, you may have classes of different sizes, classes that are maybe specialized in the area of special education, GT, that can throw that ratio off. And so the accurate core courses that we would be looking at is not always something that's published. Now, Anna is very connected in.
Yes, I do. I get all the
has a
emails.
strong network, and she monitors that very, very closely. Did you want to expand?
And I will tell you, they usually don't advertise it for teacher recruiting purposes is the main reason, honestly. But I can kind of get a general sense, those around us. I especially know at secondary, how the increase, I mean, they're going to 31 in some close surrounding districts. Most of them are starting out 28, 29, but pretty high there. Elementary, of course, just as we discussed, I know most of them they'll look at 24. That's what they'll look for, and then ask for waivers. But I can get some more information there.
But it's possible that we may have an inverse relationship in our desire to increase scholars with class sizes, right? So part of what may draw folks to our district is our
Smaller.
class sizes,
Yeah.
right? So I would imagine there'd be some levers between that if we were to increase.
The other thing, as we talk about class size there, remember, it's not a science. So sometimes we couldn't take certain grade levels because we didn't have openings at those grade levels. And so other grade levels, we were able to take, 10 kids, 14 kids there to keep in that range of class sizes. It's just when you look at remember, we're looking at kindergarten through 12th grade and balancing that. Of course, at secondary, we have a little bit more wiggle room because we offer so many programs and extracurricular. It's a little bit different than elementary. Okay.
Just to wrap up, as far as the budget timeline, what we are changing here is that originally we had said either May or June to bring forward a recommendation for the budget, given the work that needs to be done in order to get a proposed budget and to make sure that everyone is comfortable with the work that is done and the proposal that we're bringing forward. We're going to move that to the June 15th regular board meeting to give us 2 additional meetings to kind of go through all the different topics that we have to discuss to get us to our 26-27 budget.
Thank you for your work to pull all of this together. We appreciate that. I think since we are at a closely related topic, I'll move to agenda item 21, which is to consider an act on the expansion of the out-of-district transfer program, also known as Lovejoy Scholars. So Ms. Koenig, I know we've covered most of this today, but if you'd like to move.
Yes, of course, as you're aware, our Lovejoy Scholars is an application-based inter-district transfer program that allows children who do not live within Lovejoy ISD boundaries an opportunity to attend Lovejoy ISD. Lovejoy scholars must meet the criteria, the district criteria, and the district currently accepts 350 Lovejoy scholars. So we're asking you, and we're recommending an increase in that maximum number of 350.
The 3613 is inclusive of how many transfers?
The 3613 was 316. Yeah, 316, 317 in there.
So 3613 includes 316?
316.
So
We did have 300, we have about 300 returning.
when we see something like at the kindergarten level on your chart,
Mhm.
and I know you said there's even an additional 25 or so applications beyond what was on here, it looks to me like if we opened it up, you've immediately got room for another section of kindergarten with 20.
Yes, I've already.
Does that make sense, right? Am I thinking about that the right way?
I've already added another section at Puster and at Hart. I have
Within the
21
350.
Within the 350.
Within the 350, but when we had that number of kindergartners, Anna came to me and she said, do we do it? And I said, we do it immediately,
Yeah.
because we're within the 350.
Correct.
And we certainly need the enrollment at those younger levels.
And and if we're getting close in some other areas too, where, I mean, you
Right.
could start to scale the other direction with these numbers going that way. Because obviously, it's not going to be perfect just because
Right.
we approve up to whatever number, 500, 550 we do. There's still going to be non-openings
Right, correct.
across, but it should help fill in every open gap you've got. So,
Right.
okay.
That's correct.
So is there, you may not be prepared to answer this, but we're talking about arbitrary numbers. Is there a number that you think that we should put out there? Is one thing to have 500 applications to approve 550. There's another thing to motivate other people to apply,
Right.
knowing that there's additional capacity that they could fill,
Mhm.
and 30 days makes a big difference.
It does, and especially right now. Honestly, if we look at class size right now, I felt like we got really close. This was probably the closest year. We were right on target with class size. If we could get to the number where we're maintaining our current enrollment, that would be something that I think that would be close. Okay, because we're supposed to lose, what, 143 students, Thomas?
Board, I heard you discuss numbers like 550, 500, and what I will say is you rightfully so have acknowledged a certain timeline. So if you are interested in achieving a number of 500 or 550, knowing that it's not exact, we've got to look at availability of seats at each grade level. We've got to make sure we have a highly qualified, effective teacher in each classroom, and we're never going to compromise that in our growth of this program. What I would say, this next month is critically important in terms of acceptance. So it would be important for us to have that number, whether it be 550, whether it be 500, so that we are able to go through the process of screening the students, and if they meet qualifications, accepting them, and moving forward with them planning on being a leopard next year.
Where I was going with that was, why would we not consider approving a higher number of applications, like 650 or 700, so that those who might apply know there's a decently high opportunity that they would be strongly considered to be approved, knowing that 700 applications, there might be 100 of them that aren't eligible just because of capacity constraints, but the other 50 that come in, it's not an exact science. So I was kind of going a different direction with my mindset of trying to give you as much time as possible, which is not going to be on our side quickly, to get more applications in the door for consideration and approval. That's where I was, when I was thinking about that.
Because I think if you did a social media blitz too, that say we have 200 spots remaining, you might get a lot more than if we didn't do that.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve 700 scholars.
guess I'd like to conversate just a second about it, because I'm floating the idea, right? And I agree with Mark's comment. What other opinions are there on the numbers? I just gave you mine. What are y'all's opinions on what we're talking about?
I think going to 500, if we could actually accept 500, covers our, I mean, that we're projected for enrollment to drop by 143 next year. That if we just get, going from 350 to 500 covers that gap, where we at least stay level. So again, if we only have 507 right now and we approve a number that's 550 or 600 or whatever administration thinks is feasible, that's not going to put too much burden on this process, because there is work whenever people are applying and approving them and taking application fees and figuring out where to if we have openings for these things. So my take would be, if we're going to do this two-step process, at least get us to where we're trying to close the gap, and that number seems closer to 550 versus 700. But I don't know that we don't come back later and say we can process more and we feel comfortable with it and we're seeing demand. If we need to have a special meeting because all of a sudden we hit that 550 next week, let's come back and have a special meeting. I think I don't. It's such an arbitrary number, and I'm really going to go with whatever. I mean, what Anna and Katie and the staff that's working on this, whatever they recommend and think is feasible, I think is where it needs to be.
Yeah, I was a little bit uncomfortable at the 700 number, and the reason is I was worried about Anna and her staff. Because if the floodgates actually do open,
Right.
then we also have a kind of a different kind of problem. And so we need to, anytime we walk into something that is going to, that's that big of a change, I feel like we should be a little more careful. And I also think that in that respect, with what I think it was Jason just said, we can get back together if it becomes something that's urgent that we need to do. And I'm with everyone who has said, hey, the administration is closest to this problem. Let's put this in the hands of the administration who understand this problem better than we do. So that supports the 700 number, but I'm not quite there. I'm with Jason at 550.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. When we think about timing and we think about 30 days, that's why I shared the 500 or the 550. With the application process and the amount of time that takes us, and reasonably the number of applicants we would have, that seems reasonable and would allow us to greatly increase the number. And so that is why I shared the 550 or 500 at this time.
Approvals?
Yes.
And we
Just
currently have
cap.
300.
Either a 500 or 550 cap, yeah. based on your discussion this evening and the priorities that you were discussing as part of the budget, I would recommend as adequate Yeah. To get us to the March meeting and be able to process through those, and then be bringing you an updated budget model that reflects that accordingly. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to, I think, I agree with what's being said. I think 550 tonight, with further study 30 days from now on what the budget looks like, including what it looks like at a certain enrollment level. Barrett said 4,000, I'm okay with that. Between 3,900 and 4,000, and then we'll go from there. I think 550 gives them runway to be able to get through the next 30 days aggressively, but not insanely.
So our outward communication is we've got 250 additional spots. Come look at Lovejoy Scholars.
200.
316 now to 550 would be. Oh,
For
okay,
next
yeah,
year.
there we go. Yeah,
For
my
next
bad,
year.
sorry.
I would just echo, I'm most comfortable with the 550 at this point. I think that helps us communicate better to the community what we're doing too, because we've talked now for probably over a half hour, and we're still going through it. So I would appreciate probably the 550 with more collaboration later.
Okay, the motion on the table for 700 has died for lack of a second, and so we would like another motion on the table, please.
Move to increase the scholars to cap of 550 applications.
Second.
550 acceptances. Can you revise your language, please? 550 acceptances.
550 cap on acceptances.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Please say no.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye and raise hands.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. To consider an act on the Senior Director of Technology. Dr. Tinsley.
Yes, thank you. So we are recommending Mr. Christopher Mueller for the position of Senior Director of Technology. Mr. Mueller currently serves as Director of Technology Support Services in Prosper ISD and previously held the role of Director of Technology in Melissa ISD. He brings extensive experience in educational technology leadership and a strong commitment to supporting innovative learning environments. He holds a Bachelor of Science and a Master's of Information Technology Management, and his depth of knowledge and strategic mindset and collaborative approach make him well-positioned for this open position. So I'm asking for your approval for Mr. Mueller to be named the Senior Director of Technology here in Lovejoy.
Move to approve as recommended.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? I'll just add for emphasis that this is a budgeted position and has no
Correct.
negative impact to budget.
Correct.
Right? All those in favor, please say aye and raise hands.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Congratulations. We look forward to meeting them. Agenda item number 23, consider an act on this Director of Safety and Security, Mr. Percival.
You got 30 seconds.
I went the wrong direction.
Make the motion. Picture of this guy. We know what he looks like.
I've never seen this guy before, but I heard of him. So tonight, administration is pleased to bring forward a recommendation for the approval of Casey Littlefield to serve as Director of Safety and Security for the district. Casey previously served in a variety of safety and security roles within the district from 2018 to 2025, where he provided strong leadership and operational oversight. We look forward to welcoming Casey back, if approved, to Lovejoy ISD and are confident that his expertise in the areas of safety and security, operations, training, and leadership will continue to strengthen and support our campus and school district here within Lovejoy. So the recommendation to you guys is that we hire Casey Littlefield again as Safety and Security Director here in Lovejoy.
I think
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think he had us at hello. So moved.
Second, hope you enjoyed his 2-month hiatus.
We missed you. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank
We
you.
have a motion and a second. If there's any additional discussion, I'll add for emphasis that this is a budgeted and payroll budgeted position that has no impact to our budget. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We look forward to meeting him again. Agenda item number 24 is to consideration and possible action regarding a board resolution pursuant to Senate Bill 11. Dr. Zambezi.
Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cordell, Senate Bill 11, enacted by the 89th Texas Legislature, codified as Texas Education Code 25.0823, authorizes but does not require a school district board of trustees to adopt a policy providing students and employees an opportunity to participate in a daily period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious text. TEC 25.0823 allows school boards to designate time each school day at every campus for students and employees to pray and read the Bible or other religious texts. The bill requires that within 6 months of the effective date, each district's board must take a record vote either to establish the daily prayer time and reading of religious text by adopting the resolution set out in the new statute or to decline to establish the daily prayer time. Tonight, we have legal counsel, Mr. Nick Wilson, here to do a short presentation and answer any questions.
Good evening, Board. I appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you tonight. As Dr. Zambezi said, Senate Bill 11 was adopted this summer during the 89th legislative session, and it allows but does not require school districts in Texas to adopt a designated period of prayer and religious reading during the school day. And so there are some important legal considerations that we believe are important for the board to consider before making a decision on whether to adopt such a period. So the first consideration is that currently, as of today, our students and employees in the district have the right to pray and express their religious freedom at all times throughout the school day, as long as it does not cause a substantial disruption to the school. And so this is clearly identified in our Lovejoy ISD current board policies and in state and federal law. And so starting with the first, our Lovejoy policies, we have FNA legal and local. This clearly outlines the students' rights to pray and express their religious freedom throughout the school day at any time, as long as it does not cause a disruption. We also have FNAA legal and local. This allows students to distribute religious material as long as it does not cause a disruption to the school day. We also have FNAB legal and local. This allows student religious groups to meet in district facilities to the same extent that non-religious groups meet in district facilities. And we have DG legal, which applies similar rights to employees, giving them the right to pray and express their religious freedom throughout the school day. And so I mentioned state law. You'll have to forgive me. I did not memorize all of these laws, so I'll read them. This is Texas Education Code Section 25.901 grants to public school students the absolute right to individually, voluntarily, and silently pray or meditate in school in a manner that does not disrupt the instructional or other activities of the school, and states a person may not require or coerce a student to engage in or refrain from such prayer or meditation during any school activity. Texas law also includes Section 25.151 of the Education Code, which states a district shall treat a student's voluntary expression of a religious viewpoint, if any, on an otherwise permissible subject in the same manner the district treats a student's voluntary expression of a secular or other viewpoint on an otherwise permissible subject, and may not discriminate against the student based on a religious viewpoint expressed by the student on an otherwise permissible subject. And then again, Section 25.155 of the Education Code states a school district shall adopt and implement a local policy regarding a limited public forum and voluntary student expression of religious viewpoints. And I have one more. Section 25.154, students may organize prayer groups, religious groups, see you at the poll gatherings, or other religious gatherings before, during, and after school to the same extent that students are permitted to organize other non-curricular student activities and groups. All of those things, that language is explicitly stated in Texas law. Those rights are granted by Texas law. We also have a very famous, if you are at all involved in the school, you'll know the Tinker case. That's a Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court case where the court held that students do not shed their rights at the schoolhouse gates. So this means that students have their First Amendment rights even when they step into school. They don't lose their First Amendment rights when they step into school. So based on these Texas laws, the Supreme Court precedent, and our board policies, students very clearly currently have the right to pray and express their religious freedom at all times throughout the day, as long as it does not cause a disruption. That is their current right. So regardless of what the board adopts based on SB 11, those rights belong to the students. Similarly, employees also have the right to pray and express their religious freedom throughout the school day. So another provision of the Education Code, Section 22.012, the right of an employee of a school district or open enrollment charter school to engage in religious speech or prayer while on duty may not be infringed on by the district or school or another state governmental entity unless the infringement is necessary to further a compelling state interest and narrowly tailored using the least restrictive means to achieve that compelling state interest. That was also a bill that was passed in the past legislative session, SB 965, and so that is now a provision in the Education Code. So teachers also have that right to pray or express their religious viewpoint. And then again, the Tinker case, the court ruled that this applies to students and employees. So employees also do not lose their First Amendment rights when they step into the school. And the last case is the Kennedy versus Bremerton. This is also a United States Supreme Court case. This was the football coach who prayed at the middle of the football field after a game. And the court held that district employees are permitted to engage in private religious expression when such expression does not interfere with the employee's duties. So based on all this, it's very clear that students and employees under current law, regardless of whether the board adopts an SB 11 resolution, students and employees have the right to pray and express their religious freedom throughout the school day. Now, the last consideration is the administrative burden that will be imposed onto the district's administration if an SB 11 resolution is adopted. And so SB 11 contains language that specifically requires if a district adopts a designated period of prayer or religious reading under SB 11, the district is required to take certain actions. So the first of those actions is the district must receive a signed consent form from every employee and student who will participate in that period. So what that means is we're required to keep an active list of every single student and have the check off for each student when they show up to try to be a part of this designated period. We would have to track all, and we just got done talking about enrollment. We have 1,400 students in the high school. So, for example, let's say if we had this period and we were trying to impose this in the high school, the administration would have to keep track of 1,400 students and 100 plus employees to make sure that no one is allowed to participate in this unless they have the consent form. We must prohibit a student or employee who has not submitted a consent form from participating. So the other side of that, the other requirement, is we have to actively monitor every single student and employee in the district during that designated period to make sure that no prayer or religious reading publicly is given in the physical presence or within the hearing of any person who has not signed a consent form. That language is specifically included. And so we would be required, again, to monitor 1,500 people, 1,400 students, and 100 plus employees, monitor them during that time to make sure no person at any point, any location in the campus is saying a verbal prayer or verbal religious reading during that period, or else we would be in violation. And so we believe, based on students and employees currently having the rights to pray and express their religious freedom and the extreme administrative burden that it would place on our district's administration, we recommend at this time that the board does not adopt an SB 11 resolution.
Will students or employees have less religious freedom if we do not adopt a period of prayer policy?
So no, they will not have less freedom. They currently have all those rights given to both students and employees through our current Lovejoy ISD board policies, Texas law, federal law, Supreme Court precedents. All those rights are already established. So they will not have less rights, but it will add the administrative burden on our district's administration.
Could you go back to the slide right before? I want to talk about the express waiver because you mentioned the consent form. This feels like a little bit more than a run-of-the-mill field trip permission slip. Could you maybe talk about what parents would have to waive if they consented?
Absolutely. So the language of SB 11 specifically requires that signed consent form that is required for each employee and student who will participate, it must include a waiver of all rights to bring any legal claims against the district regarding that SB 11 designated period. And so when an employee or the parent or guardian of a student signs that consent form, they can later withdraw that consent, but they do not regain the ability to bring a claim. So they are permanently giving up that claim or that right to bring a claim against the district if they believe they have had their constitutional rights violated.
So just to reiterate, a parent is going to have this waiver, signed waiver, on file with the district, probably in perpetuity. So even if they revoke, we have to keep a copy of that permanently.
Absolutely correct. That is correct.
Is this type of expansive waiver something typical you would see for a school activity?
It's a pretty major right to give up for parents.
So I note that the bill doesn't limit the number of prayer groups that could go on during that designated period, and that would include not only in terms of number, but any prayer group of any faith. And so, just for example, if there were 30 of them going on during that period of time, we would have to have 30 employees volunteer, because we can't make them, volunteer to monitor that and basically make sure no one is allowed in to the space or within earshot of the space unless there was a waiver on file.
Yeah, that's a great question. That it's an extreme burden because we are required to, for any group that wants to participate, if they sign the waiver, they get to participate. And so it will be a financial burden as well as an administrative burden on our district.
But to the contrary, if we don't adopt a resolution, those prayer groups can continue as long as they're not disruptive to the educational delivery or the discipline of the school. They can continue, and they don't require the monitoring. They don't require someone at the door, a bouncer, if you will, to keep kids who haven't signed a waiver, who haven't signed a waiver from coming in, or monitoring the level of noise if, let's say, meet at the flagpole, or if someone's walking by an earshot, they would have to divert those students away from the front door, for example, so that they didn't get within earshot of that.
Correct. Yeah, that's absolutely right. And that's, yeah, our current policies grant these rights, and so it adds the administrative burden. But if we do not do this, they still have the rights to do all the things they currently do.
I have two questions for you, but also maybe for the administration team. Does SB 11 provide any funding for this type of administrative burden, software tracking, monitoring for the different prayer group times in any way?
That's a great question. There is no funding provided by the state, and so all of that will be on our administration to find resources and time to do all those things.
And then my second question is, should the board choose to take an action today where we do or do not pass the resolution, is the board prohibited from re-looking at that particular decision at a future time?
There is nothing in the language of the bill that says a decision is permanent, so no.
Is there a legal risk to our school district and this board and maybe staff and employees if we choose to allow this?
So yeah, that's a great question. So SB 11 is current Texas law. Now, there are other current Texas laws whose school districts are currently being sued over by individuals or groups who believe that they are unconstitutional. And so even laws that school districts are required to follow, groups have sued the district in an attempt to move that forward to the legislator to say that that is an unconstitutional law. And so while it is current law, and if we did adopt one, we would be following the current Texas law, that does not mean there's not a chance that we would be sued by an outside group.
Following the optional Texas law.
Correct.
It's up to the board to decide on a resolution or against a resolution.
The language in this SB 11 is very clear that it is permissible. So the board has the option to, but there's no requirement to adopt this.
But we are required to consider it.
Correct.
Which is why we're talking. So we're in this unusual situation of getting a recommendation to not approve a resolution is kind of the situation, but that we're required to do that because of the way the law was written. Am I understanding that right?
That is correct. The language requires that we take a record vote. That is the only requirement, is we take a record vote.
It's a unique circumstance that I've not been in my 8 or 9 years of service, that we are in a position to take a record vote on a bill that I don't see how, even with money and resources, we would be able to administer the oversight of this if we were to follow the letter of the law as what's required. And it also requires students and families to waive some of their rights to be able to do it, and they gain no additional abilities to expression over what they currently have.
That's correct.
What if we pass the law, what if we had a religious group that we didn't have a teacher that had that same religion? How would that work?
It definitely opens a whole nother can of worms that we would have to deal with, because we could not require the teacher to go into a room that would have a religion that they might not agree with. That could be violative of their First Amendment rights to be around that. And so it creates a situation that would be very difficult for the district.
So in that scenario, if there was not anyone to monitor, which is actively monitor as a requirement, then we would be in a position to either prevent that group from meeting, or they would meet unsupervised, and then perhaps someone who has not signed a consent/waiver could find their way in there, and there could be legal liability in that instance.
Right, and neither of those options are good, and I don't think that is something that was considered when this bill was drafted. I think that's a great point, and so I think that's another reason that we recommend we don't do this, because it could get us in a position that we are facing now legal risk that we could otherwise avoid.
So in current, I know some of our high school students, for example, gather in our cafeteria and have, social time, may pray if they choose to before class starts. But if we were to adopt a designated prayer period, and let's say it was before school, that's our designated time, then if other students decide to go over to that, we would have to say, sorry, you can't participate in that if you don't have the waiver. And so we'd be putting our staff in a position of having to turn students away from that prayer period.
That is correct. If it's during the prayer period, then yes, we have to make sure that no one who doesn't have the consent form is able to go participate. That language is in the bill. We must prohibit anyone who doesn't have the consent form from participating.
But if we don't pass the resolution, then folks can still pray.
Absolutely, just like we do right now. All their current rights will still remain.
Right, board, are there any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, just one last question. It's a little oddball. I'll ask Travis and Kyle. Do we have any soundproof rooms anywhere in our school district?
No, sir. And that's a great point.
Ready for a motion?
Trustees, the matter before us is to determine whether or not we want to adopt the resolution or if we want to decline to adopt the resolution. And so I will entertain a motion.
I move to decline to adopt a resolution adopting a policy under SB 11 and instead affirm the district's commitment to protecting the First Amendment rights of students and staff under our current board policies.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we'll move forward with vote. All those in favor, please both say aye and raise hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, board. I appreciate your time.
All right. Agenda item number 25 is our board legislative update. As our Lovejoy community is well aware, the decisions and lawmaking in Austin directly shapes the environments that our schools and campuses operate within every day, from funding to curriculum to policy and more. As a board, we view legislative advocacy as increasingly critical for our district, especially as more and more decisions about what happens in our classrooms and on our campuses are transferring away from local control to the state level. The next Texas legislative session will begin in January 2027, so while that's still a little while away now, much of the planning and groundwork for effective advocacy begins now. So this evening, the board will continue our discussion that we've had at the previous few meetings on potential legislative priorities that we would use to communicate our needs as a district to our elected officials. I'll turn the mic over to our board legislative committee.
Thank you. So administration has taken the feedback of the board and of the legislative committee and have an updated draft of first round draft of legislative priorities for the coming session. We've taken the approach of really trying to streamline this and focus on what we think are the most important things. Obviously, funding is critical, so the top section is really addressing different ways to attack that funding challenge. And then the second piece is trying to maintain local control and decision-making here in our community and at the board level. Both of those we think are critically important. I welcome any feedback. I know I've given a little bit of feedback back to the administration as well. This is the first part of this process. The next step would be taking this document and putting some real numbers to it, and then also taking it to our communications group where they can make it look nice and presentable for what we would use it for. Welcome any feedback from the board on additional edits or tweaks. I do think we want to, all of the information on here, in my opinion, is extremely valid and important. I don't know if there's other things that need to be added. I know that we also want it to be impactful and not be overwhelming to anybody that we're delivering it to. So those will be things I'll look forward as we continue to tweak it with adding the financial information and seeing what the final polished draft looks like as we go through the process.
Add some initial thoughts. I mean, I think it hits the two biggest things, and I think if we look back over our discussion over the last couple of hours here tonight, they've been very much centered around adequate funding for our school districts and the ability to make decisions here locally that are best for Lovejoy students based on what we know. And so I appreciate the simplicity there and kind of getting to the heart of the matter with these priorities.
You know, obviously, once we take these items and assign some numbers to it, we now have the ability to then maybe engage our community, because we talked about the levers earlier in our budget discussion where we, you know, if we're looking just at ourselves, but there is a way that we can improve our situation, but it requires a coordinated and a large effort to continue to communicate with our legislators how much impact they've had on our funding. And so this is a way to maybe have another lever. It's a harder lever, takes more work, but it's still there. So I love that each of these items are listed out, it's detailed out, and we're gonna have some numbers associated with it. And they need to understand that they've been taking away local control from the people who know how to make the decisions, the best decisions for kids. They've been slowly and slowly moving that from here to Austin. And I can tell you right now that Austin does not understand Lovejoy, because we have to educate them when we go down there to talk with them. Hey, this is what Lovejoy is, from a very, very basic level. So I love the support, freedom, and flexibility. Love that.
I would just kind of tag on to Marvin as a mom who very recently was able to use the priorities from last year and the numbers. It's very, very helpful, and the bullets are effective when you're meeting with a legislator to point them back in the conversation when you need to get them back on task. So I'm excited to see the numbers and kind of how this is streamlined. I think it will be very effective for parents who choose to advocate.
So definitely appreciate the legislative subcommittee and also our superintendent to meet to kind of craft these items. I know there's been a balance in our conversation with hitting kind of the broader impacts of public education that may be true for multiple school districts across Texas, but also really trying to hone in on what we think is going to be palatable to our elected representatives. And certain types of funding or law changes just may not have the type of support with the current elected body. And so what I appreciate about this is it's kind of hitting those broader things that are true across public education, but with your smaller bullet points is that we can have some really tangible, tactical things that we can bring forward to our elected representatives to try to make some headway. And each of these items maybe individually may not be like just huge, but when you start adding those components together, it can really impact the budget. All right, so board, the item before us tonight is to ensure that we're aligned as a board on the next steps for these legislative priorities. So we will be taking a vote on this draft. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the draft as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please both say aye and raise hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will transfer it back to the Legislative Committee to continue their work. Agenda item number 26 is to consider and act on the superintendent's contract. So one of the board's most important responsibilities is to select and hire the superintendent, and then related, to evaluate and to set the superintendent's contractual terms and compensation. Review of the superintendent's contract is an annual item for the board as part of our routine governance work. In closed session at both our January board meeting and also earlier this evening, the board reviewed our superintendent's existing contract terms and considered possible adjustments. First, we are extending the contract term by 1 year so that we continue to have an overall 5-year agreement term. The addition of an additional year at this time is on a rolling basis is typical and customary. Second, we reviewed some of the wording within the contract in light of the activities from the 89th legislative session to ensure that we were reflecting current legal guidance and best practice. And third, we evaluated a retirement contribution with a 4-year vesting schedule to support longevity and long-term stability. We elected not to change the superintendent's base salary at this time. Overall, the board's purpose and intention is to ensure a strong, stable leadership for our district while maintaining responsible stewardship of taxpayer resources. Consistent leadership in the role of superintendent contributes to district and campus stability, which positively impacts student outcomes, and we take that responsibility very seriously. Ms. Cordell has led our district with professionalism, with enthusiasm, and with intentional focus on long-term strategic priorities. So Katie, on behalf of the board, we thank you for your leadership. Trustees, are there any further comments or questions? And if not, we will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the contract amendments as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor, please say aye and raise hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item number 27 is to consider an act on the order to cancel the May 2nd, 2026 general election. At our January meeting, the board called for our annual trustee election for positions 4 and 5. Following the statutory filing period to be placed on a ballot, only one candidate filed for each place. Therefore, the races were uncontested. Under the Texas Election Code, when all candidates meet the statutory requirements for the role and are unopposed, the board may cancel the election and consider those candidates elected. This is a routine procedure action that avoids holding an unnecessary election and incurring the related costs to do so. So the motion before us tonight is to consider an act on cancellation of the election. Are there any additional questions, or I will entertain a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor, please both say aye and raise hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Wheelis and Mr. Bobo will continue serving the remainder of their current term, and then they will be sworn in for their next 3-year term at our May 2026 board meeting, which is our customary timing. Now that we're at the end of our meeting tonight, we have a few announcements. Agenda item 28 is superintendent announcements. Ms. Cordell.
Thank you, Madam President and Board. Our students continue to shine. We had a lot of success at the state wrestling tournament recently. You will be seeing our wrestlers at our March meeting. We have another state champion. Arrow Ogul Garza is the 5A UIL state champion on the girls' end, and we are so proud of her. And then we had Landon Davis and Nick Rowe, who both earned a 6th place spot at the state tournament. Just remarkable competitors. We are so proud. Our mock trial team has advanced state, and then we had 6 all-state band and orchestra members that just delivered exceptional performances at the TMEA convention in San Antonio recently. We also, on Friday, I had the privilege and pleasure of getting to go over to the high school, and Mr. Wheeler and I got to be there when Max Radcliffe, he was awarded the Young Arts Congressional Award, and Keith South's office had a representative there for Max. Just remarkable. We all know Max is just an outstanding percussionist and part of our band program. So our students are doing amazing things, but I also want to thank the teachers, the directors, the coaches, and the parents that are doing all the things to make sure our students have these remarkable opportunities.
Thank you very much. So just a few closing thoughts. We touched on this already a few times tonight, but we heard updates on both the Lovejoy 2030 strategic planning process and our 2025 bond. On behalf of the board, we wanted to express our appreciation to our many community members and staff that are serving in the district as part of both the strategic planning and bond implementation committees. Your dedicated participation, time, collaboration, and feedback is so appreciated, and we know that this will yield the best possible direction for our students. Another update is the board held a community coffee talk earlier this month at Lovejoy High School Library. I appreciate the administration team's presentation of some additional details regarding the district budget process. The board originally established the Coffee Talk format back in 2022, and since that time, we've held between 2 and 4 sessions per school year. At the beginning, we had strong interest and attendance from the community and these events, and then we have noticed that as time has gone on, attendance and interest has dropped significantly. This pattern has signaled to us that potentially this program and format may have possibly run its course. And so as we go into further planning for the 26-27 school year, we may need to look at potentially something different. The board continues to highly value transparency and communication with our community and ensuring that we are both visible and accessible. So in the meantime, please remember that we do very much value hearing from you. We had public comment earlier tonight, and also our email addresses are available at lovejoyisd.net. So to wrap up, the next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be on Monday, March 30th. And with that, we are adjourned.